Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight we're diving into the lore of the Krorks. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for their support. Y'all been killing it. Now, let's get into the video.
Golgotha Secundus had no wind, yet the dust moved. It crept across the black glass plains in low, crawling sheets, dragging itself over the fossil fields as though the dead moon still possessed some diseased memory of weather. It moved around the ankles of the Skitarii, hissed against the adamantine tracks of the Cataphron breaches, and clung in grey paste to the robes of Magos Xenologis Kyle Vor. Every grain carried poison. Every flake had once been battlefield ash, Xenos bone, vitrified armor, or the powdered remains of warriors whose names had never reached an imperial archive. Above them, the void was a hard black vault. Below them, the moon was packed with skulls. The excavation sank through strata of slaughter. First came the upper crust of Ork remains, crude iron plates and tusks fused into slag by lance fire. Beneath that lay a band of broken necrodermis, self-repairing fragments still twitching in the regolith like severed insect legs. Deeper still, the servitor drills struck glass that had not been made by heat alone. It was black, smooth, and veined with dead emerald light, formed by weapons older than Terra's first upright apes, older than mankind's first prayer, older than the species that would one day dare to call itself master of the stars. Kyle Vor watched the pit through 3 sets of eyes. His remaining organic eye, clouded and roomy behind its brass lens. His left augmetic, green with machine sight. His servo skulls, circling above in a halo of dirty bone and red targeting beams. The dead moon answered his gaze with silence. Then the drill teeth screamed. A corpse servitor at the pit face lurched backward, its torso cage rattling as the mining bit locked against something beneath the glass. The creature had once been a man, perhaps a murderer, perhaps a debtor, perhaps a failed acolyte of some lesser forge. Now it was meat on pistons, its mouth stapled shut, its spine threaded with iron command wire. Its drill arm spasmed, grinding uselessly, showering the pit wall with sparks. Kyle Vor raised one metal hand. The cohort halted. Skitarii rangers spread across the rim in disciplined silence, long robes snapping against their leg braces, radium carbines held to their chests like sacred relics. Their lenses glowed red in the poison murk. Their lungs breathed through filters and prayer. Their flesh, what little remained, was irrelevant. Their obedience was perfect. At the base of the excavation, the Cataphron breaches rotated their tracked bodies toward the anomaly. Heavy arc rifles hummed, hydraulic limbs flexed. Blessed machine spirits stirred inside their weapon housings, eager to discharge holy violence. Kyle Vor descended. His staff struck the glass with a hollow chime. The sound traveled down into the moon and did not return. A junior Lex mechanic skittered after him on clicking augmetic limbs. His cranial plugs bled a little from the pressure shifts. Magos Vor, Auspec's return is inconsistent. Material composition registers as silicate, necrodermis dust, fungal residue, and unknown bone mass. Biological activity persists at trace levels. Trace life is still life, Kyle said. His voice emerged from 3 grill mouths at once, flat and cold, threaded with binharic burrs. Life is contamination until catalogued. Catalog the Xenos fossil. Burn the living residue. Preserve only the hate. The Lex mechanic bowed so deeply, his spine mount clicked. At Kyle's gesture, a servo skull drifted lower. Its lumen beam cut through the dust and revealed the shape beneath the fractured glass. At first, the Magos thought it was a statue. Then the glass broke away, and the thing's teeth emerged. They were tusks, each one longer than a man's forearm, blackened by age and still sharp enough to split stone. The skull followed, vast and brutal, yet not crude. Modern Ork skulls were simple things, thick and stubborn, shaped by aggression and appetite. This was different. Its cranial vault was enormous, ridged with reinforced bone plates and lattice channels where nerve bundles had once burned with monstrous speed. Its jaw looked capable of crushing a rhino's frontal plate. Its eye sockets were deep as gun muzzles. More glass cracked. More of the corpse surfaced. The skeleton lay curled inside a cage of black pylons, its body sealed beneath a web of Necron containment architecture. It was 12 meters from crown to heel, though the spine was bent and the legs were drawn in as if the creature had died while trying to rise. Its shoulders were mountainous. Its ribs were not ribs alone, but grown armor, bone and mineral, and alien bioceramic woven into a natural cuirass. Great plates ran beneath the fossilized remains of war gear fused to its torso. Its right hand, each finger a hooked pillar of bone, remained locked around a weapon unlike anything in Kale's archives. It was a cleaver. It was an engine. It was a cannon. It was all three, and none of them. The weapon's blade was broad enough to butcher a battle tank, its edge made from some black metal that hurt the eye to follow. Tubes and chambers ran along its spine, fused into a crude housing that suggested ammunition feed, reactor core, and combustion maw. It had the silhouette of greenskin barbarism, but the internal logic of its mechanism was exquisite. Not simple, not accidental, not the ramshackle lunacy of modern Ork mechs, whose impossible machines functioned because their gestalt savagery bullied reality into obedience. This thing had been designed. Kyle felt a pulse in his remaining heart. Not fear. He had excised fear down to a chemical tremor decades ago. Recognition. "Magos," whispered the Lex mechanic. "Is it Ork?" Kyle's optic lenses tightened, focusing through layers of radiation ghosting and fossil scatter. No. The answer came too quickly. It surprised even him. The Lex mechanic's throat clicked. "Then what designation shall be applied?" Kyle did not answer. The corpse servitor resumed cutting before the Magos gave permission. The command signal had not come from Kale. It had not come from the Lex mechanic. It had not come from any noospheric authority aboard the Mechanicus lander. The servitor simply lurched forward, drill arm whining, and drove its bit into the fossilized armor around the giant's chest. The result was immediate. Something exhaled. Green-black dust burst from the puncture, thick as grave ash, filling the servitor's face grill. The corpse thing jerked once, twice. Its sealed mouth staples snapped as its jaw opened in a soundless scream. The dust poured into its throat. Its chest cage bulged. Kyle stepped back. "Sterilize." The word had barely left his vox grill when the servitor split. Its ribcage burst outward in a wet iron crack. Fungus erupted from within, not soft but muscular, cords of green matter punching through the dead flesh like fists through parchment. The servitor's lungs came out in pieces, inflated with pulsing spores. Its heart, long ago replaced with a crude pump, tore free and skidded across the glass, still ticking. Thick ropes of fungal growth writhed from the open torso and slapped against the floor, dragging the collapsing body toward the ancient weapon. The Skitari opened fire. Radium carbines cracked in disciplined volley. The servitor's head vanished in a burst of rotten meat and metal fragments. Its shoulders cooked. Its abdomen collapsed into greasy steam. The fungus did not stop. It crawled over the black glass in arterial strands, branching, knotting, questing toward the weapon in the giant's hand. A ranger stepped too close. One tendril snapped around his ankle and punched through the armor joint. The Skitarius did not cry out. His discipline held as the fungus climbed inside his leg and bloomed beneath his skin. He looked down as his thigh expanded. The armor split. Wet green bulbs pushed through muscle and augmetic cabling. His femur cracked with a sound like a snapped prayer rod. "Praise the machine," he voxed, calm through static. His brothers shot him apart. Radium fire reduced him to a collapsing silhouette of ash, bones, and glowing implants.
His skull rolled down the incline, its lens still blinking, until a cataphron track crushed it into paste. Kyle watched the fungal matter burn. It screamed without lungs. He recorded the waveform. Then, the Necron pylons woke. The first blackstone pillar rose from beneath the glass without warning, sliding upward in perfect silence. It cut through a corpse servitor from groin to skull, dividing him into two equal halves with such precision that both sides stood upright for a heartbeat before spilling organs and machine fluid across the excavation floor. The second pillar emerged beneath a Skitarius ranger, impaling him through the pelvis and splitting his torso open around the spine. His robes became red cloth. His rifle fired once into the
sky as his nervous system died. More pillars rose. The pit became geometry. Blackstone spears and slabs unfolded from hidden seams, arranging themselves around the ancient skeleton. The air filled with hard green light. Servo skulls sparked and fell. One struck the ground near Kale's feet, its bone casing split open, its cogitator brain boiling inside. The noosphere ruptured. For a moment, Kale Vor saw his own thoughts as red script. Then the script became teeth. Then the teeth became stars. Pain entered him, not through nerves, through data. The archive did not speak in Gothic. It did not speak in Binharic. It did not speak as a mind chose to speak to another mind. It imposed memory as punishment. It drove history into Kale's augmetics with the force of a rail spike through the skull. He saw armies, not regiments, not crusades, not the pitiful wars of mankind, where billions died over shrines, manufactoria, and dust. He saw billion-strong hosts as skirmish lines. He saw continents armored in living green. He saw moons converted into gun platforms. He saw voids crowded with ships whose guns opened suns like infected wounds. He saw gods made of starlight feeding on civilizations. He saw webway gates scream as they were forced open by engines that hated reality. He saw the old ones. They stood in gardens larger than cities, robed in light, crowned in symbols his brain could not accept. Around them, life grew in chains. Species budded in vats, not born, manufactured. Muscle was measured, fear was tuned, loyalty was carved into the wet architecture of unborn minds. Entire ecosystems were raised, tested, starved, poisoned, and dissolved when they failed to produce the desired response. Oceans of nutrient broth boiled with half-made soldiers. Forests of nerve tissue sang beneath glass. The old ones moved among their works with the calm of surgeons and the arrogance of gods. Kyle saw a creature, not human, not Xenos in any catalogue, dragged from a shining pool. It had too many limbs and a face made for pleading. An old one touched its skull. The creature convulsed. Its brain unfolded inside its own head, expanded, overheated, and burst through the eye sockets in pale ropes. The old one recorded the failure. The remains were tipped into a grinder and fed back to the vats. Mercy was absent. Malice was absent. That was worse. The old ones did not hate what they ruined. They improved it, broke it, discarded it, and began again. Kyle's mechadendrites spasmed. His staff clattered against the glass. In the meat half of his mind, something tried to retch. A voice came through the pain. It was not spoken aloud. It was older than language, but his mind rendered it in words because his mind was weak. A warrior that requires supply is a burden. The vision shifted. Fungal worlds turned under alien suns. Green forests breathed aggression into the sky. Armored giants stood in ranks so vast that the curvature of the planet vanished beneath them. They were orkoid, but the word orc became childish in Kale's mind, a gutter noise for a degenerate remnant. These beings were larger, crueler, disciplined by instinct and design. Their armor was grown and forged. Their weapons were brutal miracles. Their eyes held hunger, but also comprehension. Wars should not merely be fought, said the ancient voice. Wars should reproduce. Kyle screamed through his vox, but the sound emerged as machine cant. His Skitarii heard only corrupted Binharik. Several dropped to their knees, weapons shaking as the archive's memory bled through their implants. One ranger tore off his own faceplate, clawing at the metal beneath until his fingers broke. Another fired into the air, babbling in a language made of static and butchered consonants. The Orks arrived laughing. They came through a fracture in the upper ruins, a small raiding mob by Greenskin standards, no more than several dozen boys in scavenged armor and rusted plates. Their boots pounded the glass, their shooters rattled, their blades were chipped, filthy, and hungry. At their head strode war boss Grak Iron Teeth, a slab of green muscle wrapped in iron, bone trophies, and stolen tank plating. His jaw was reinforced with crude metal tusks. One eye was gone, replaced with a red optic that flickered and sparked whenever he blinked. "Oi!" Grak bellowed, voice booming down into the pit. "What's all this den?" The Skitarii turned their guns. Kyle did not order. Fire! He was still drowning in ancient war. Grak sniffed the air. His nostrils widened. The laughter faded from him one breath at a time. Behind him, the boys jostled, eager and stupid, shoving one another for a better look. One raised his shooter and pointed at the Mechanicus cohort. "Boss, we crump into tin humies?" Grak did not answer. He descended into the excavation pit slowly, boots crunching over glass and bone. His mob followed until the Necron pylons pulsed, and then even the boldest among them hesitated. Orks feared little and understood less, but some instincts were older than thought. Something in the pit reached into the green meat of them and squeezed. The weird boy came last. He was a hunched, twitching thing chained between two larger orcs, his copper rods bent and sparking, his eyes glowing with sick green light. He looked at the 12-meter skeleton and began to weep teeth. They spilled from his mouth in clattering handfuls, followed by bile, then light. "Old," he moaned. "Old, old, old. Big before big. Boss before boss. Fight before fight." Grak reached the base of the giant corpse. His crude face had changed. The sneer remained, because an orc face was built for sneering, but something like confusion moved beneath it. Something like reverence tried to form and was strangled by aggression. "This place," he said, quieter now, though his voice still rumbled like an engine, "smells like the old fight, the proper fight." The ancient skeleton's dead hand remained locked around the impossible weapon. Grak stared up at it. "I wants it," he whispered. The Necron archive answered. Blackstone light flared around the pit. Glyphs burned in the air, cold and green, each one a cut in sight. Kale's augmetics translated fragments and failed on the rest. The words arrived inside his skull as declarations, execution orders, specimen tags, Krork warform, Alpha Siege strain, Old One bioweapon stock. The phrase bioweapon crossed the noosphere, then spilled into sound as the archive forced Gothic through broken emitters buried beneath the glass. The Orks heard it. They did not know the meaning, not fully, but the insult reached them anyway. It bypassed language and struck the hidden scar under their species' soul. Grak roared. The sound shook dust from the pit walls. His boys answered, but their voices cracked, warped by ancestral rage they could not name. The weird boy screamed loudest of all. Green lightning burst from his skull rods. His belly convulsed, swelled, and split. He vomited a torrent of emerald fire and human-sized teeth across the glass. The two orcs holding his chains were cooked alive, their faces melting off in bubbling sheets. Yet they laughed as they died because the Waagh was in them, and the pain meant something was happening. The fungal tendrils on the floor surged toward the ancient weapon. The Necron pylons retaliated. A blackstone blade unfolded from empty air and took the head from an orc boy. The body ran 3 more steps, firing wildly before collapsing over its own spilling guts. A gorse beam lanced from a hidden aperture and flensed another orc down layer by layer. Skin peeled, muscle smoked, bone shone white, then green, then vanished in sparkling dust. The Ork's brain hung for a moment inside a cage of dissolving skull before the beam erased it too. The Skitarii fired into the chaos. Radium rounds hammered Ork flesh, punching through thick muscle and detonating organs with invisible sickness. Orks returned fire with deafening enthusiasm, their slugs chewing apart red robes and augmetic limbs. One ranger took a round through the abdomen and looked down as his intestines slid out in a steaming coil. He pressed them back with one hand and continued firing with the other until Grak's power claw closed around his torso and burst him like a ration tin full of blood. Kyle stood in the center of it all, held upright by his mechadendrites, unable to sever from the archive. Something beneath the moon stirred. The black glass split. A Necron guardian rose from a coffin of emerald light, tall and skeletal, its living metal body repairing itself as dust streamed from its limbs. Its eyes ignited. A war scythe unfolded in its hands, blade humming with contained annihilation. It looked upon the Orks, the Mechanicus, the corpse of the Krork, and then at Kael Vor. When it spoke, its voice was a tomb door opening. Contamination persists. Grak spat blood and fungus onto the glass. Shiny dead git talks. The Necron Guardian turned its skull face toward him. Greenskin degradation confirmed. Cognitive collapse total. Threat diminished. That, more than any shot, more than any blade, drove Grak into fury. He hurled himself at the Guardian with a bellow, claw snapping, shooter roaring. The Necron moved like a guillotine given thought. Its war scythe cut through two charging boys, opening them from shoulder to hip, spilling steaming ropes of intestine and half-digested meat across the floor. Grak crashed into it a heartbeat later, and the impact cracked the glass beneath them. Kyle saw none of the fight clearly. The archive widened. The moon vanished. The poison air became clean, then burned with the heat of young stars. The black glass plains unfolded into green continents. The excavation pit became a valley filled with marching giants. The dead Krork was no longer dead. Its flesh returned in slabs, its armor sealed over muscle, its eyes opened, burning with intelligence and hate. Above, the sky filled with war. Not ships by the dozen, not fleets by the hundred. War by the billion. The galaxy of the first apocalypse stretched before Kael Vor, and every star was a wound. The Necron Guardian froze mid-strike. Grak Iron Teeth stopped roaring. The Skitarii, the dying Orks, the crawling fungus, the blackstone pylons, all were swallowed by memory. The archive did not invite them. It took them. Kyle fell upward through time. He heard the voice again, older than the Imperium, older than Mars, older than mankind's first fire. You call them Orks. The young sky burned. We called them failure. The marching giants raised their weapons as gods of living starfire descended upon them. Before that, we called them salvation. The biosanctum of Shallax Moore circled the blue-white star like a crown grown from living crystal, its continents folded inward beneath translucent domes, its oceans suspended in gravity wells, its forests breathing in measured cycles according to calculations older than most suns. From afar, it was beautiful enough to wound perception. Its auroras were not weather, but thought made visible. Its continents were gardens, each one arranged with a precision that lesser minds mistook for grace. Rivers of silver nutrient light flowed through orchards where unborn species slept in hanging wombs. Webway arches rose from the soil like captive dawns, their inner thresholds glowing with pathways to 1,000 hidden worlds. Shallax Moore stood upon a balcony of bone-white stone and watched his works breathe. The star's light curved around him, not touching unless permitted. His shadow had no fixed shape. It spread behind him in branching patterns like root systems, like arterial maps, like the decision trees of a mind that had spent epochs deciding what should live and what should be cut away. Around his long hands drifted motes of engineered pollen. Each mote carried a prayer of instruction written in living code. Each one could alter a bloodline, sharpen a claw, silence a fear response, or begin a plague that would erase a continent in the time it took a lesser species to name its gods. Above the gardens, the sanctum sang. It sang in choruses of water, wing, root, and nerve. Beneath the gardens, where the song was muffled by stone and pressure seals, the failed things screamed. Shallax Moore listened to both and found neither troubling. The slaughter vats lay below the sanctum's visible paradise, deep within chambers warm with steam and chemical fog. There, life that had not met design expectation was returned to usefulness. Failed species slid through transparent channels in red and grey fragments. They came apart under knives of light, under parasite swarms, under patient machines grown rather than forged. Limbs twitched in nutrient runnels. Soft skulls split open to release the glistening maps of imperfect cognition. Whole broods were dissolved into pale rivers and pumped back upward to feed the orchards that produced their replacements. Nothing was wasted. Waste was the superstition of brief lives. Shallax Moore descended through the sanctum without walking. Space unfolded for him, webway geometry bending into obedience. He passed through hanging gardens where proto-avians with crystalline beaks sang in harmonic equations. He passed over warm seas where scaled embryonic giants rolled beneath the surface, each one grown for gravity conditions on worlds not yet conquered. He passed through a nursery of delicate psychic organisms, each sealed within a sphere of hardened light. Many were already dying. Their minds had flowered too quickly and torn themselves open from within. An attendant intelligence, shaped like a many-limbed silhouette of green glass, bowed as he entered the lower vaults. "Patriarch," it said without sound, "the Ash lineages have failed cohesion trials. The fear reflex remains dominant under simulated star death. Shall they be preserved for ornamental ecosystems?" "No," Shallax Moore replied. His voice was gentle. It always was. "Return them to broth. They plead. They were made able to plead so we could measure the depth of their distress. The data is collected." The attendant bowed again, and far below, an entire species ceased to have a future. Their bodies opened under the knives. Their little hearts burst in the nutrient steam. Their brains were pressed flat between membranes of living glass and reed while they died. Shallax Moore watched the process with the faintest inclination of his head, not in delight, not in hatred, but in attention. His was the calm of a craftsman listening for flaws in a struck blade. Another of his kind waited at the central vat, tall and luminous, its hide patterned with slow-moving constellations. Several others were present only as projections, their bodies attending other sanctums, other gardens, other wars of creation across the Old One's wide dominion. They gathered within a chamber where the floor was a living map of the galaxy, each star a bead of warm nerve light, each world a pulse of possibility or concern. "The envoy's approach," said the luminous one. Its name was Ilmatar Kai, and it wore pity as some races wore armor. "They have crossed 3 forbidden cordons and lost many ships to the storms around the outer gates. Their desperation has become discipline. The Necrontyr have always made monuments of suffering," Shallax Moore said. "They ask audience. They ask for eternity." The map brightened along the eastern spiral. Symbols gathered there, brittle and angular, the marks of a people who built tombs before temples. The Necrontyr dynasties were young by the measures of the Old Ones, though old enough to have poisoned several systems with their pride. Their star burned them. Their flesh betrayed them. Their sciences were fierce, but narrow. Their lives were short, and they had turned the brevity into worship. "Perhaps we should answer differently," Ilmatar Kai said. "Their pain has sharpened them. Their hatred has organized them. They might be lifted from their sickness." Shallax Moore looked into the living map and saw not only the present, but the branching patterns of consequence. A blade sharpened by hatred remains a blade. Then contain them. Containment breeds mythology. Mythology breeds holy grievance. Holy grievance breeds more efficient violence. A third presence entered the chamber, its projection flickering from a fortress beyond the galactic north, then extinguished them. Shallax Moore was silent for a moment. Above them, in the paradise levels, something with too many wings began its first song. Below them, a failed brood dissolved into the nutrient river with soft, wet thunder. "No," he said at last. "Let them live. Let them spend their brief inheritance counting their dead. Let them look upon the stars and know there are gates they cannot open, cures they cannot possess, and heights they cannot reach. Mortality is not an injustice. It is a boundary. Let them learn the shape of it. Ilmatar Kai's light dimmed. You choose humiliation. I choose instruction. They will call it cruelty. Then they will have learned a word before they die." The Necrontyr envoys arrived in a hall grown for diplomatic mercy, a place of soft gravity, filtered radiance, and air tuned to ease the pain of failing organs. Their procession entered beneath archways that adjusted themselves to funerary geometry out of courtesy. Their bodies were wrapped in metal, cloth, and preservative seals. Their masks were gold and black, their crowns thin as blades, their robes heavy with dynastic glyphs. Beneath the magnificence, their flesh was already losing its war against the universe. They smelled of embalming oils, hot iron, and old blood. Their leader knelt, only because his lungs failed him. He sank upon one knee, hand clamped around the haft of a ceremonial staff, while the filters built into his death mask clicked and hissed. His eyes burned with fever behind smoky lenses. "We come," he said, each word dragged through pain, "in the name of the crowned houses, the tomb fathers, the heirs of bitter sons. We have crossed your forbidden thresholds. We have endured your guardians. We have buried our princes in the void for the right to stand before you." Shallax Moore regarded him from the high dais. Around the chamber, Old One presences watched like patient stars. "You stand," Shallax Moore said. The envoy's hand tightened around his staff. "We ask what you possess and have denied. We ask release from the sickness of our blood. We ask the secret of enduring flesh. We ask the right to live as more than dust beneath a hateful star." "A right," murmured one of the Old Ones, not unkindly. The envoy heard the condescension. His breath rasped harder. "We are not beasts in your gardens." "No," Shallax Moore said. "Beasts can be bred toward peace." A ripple moved through the Necrontyr procession. Several reached for weapons that had been removed by the hall before they entered. Their hands closed around empty air. The envoy rose despite the pain. His legs trembled. Blood ran from beneath his mask and dotted the polished floor in dark circles. "You could help us." "Yes." The single word struck harder than refusal. It stripped away hope cleanly, like skin peeled from muscle. "Then why deny us?" Shallax Moore looked upon the envoy, upon the metal wrappings, upon the radiation lesions hidden beneath ceremonial cloth, upon the proud spine forcing itself straight while the organs within failed one by one. "Because endurance without wisdom magnifies only hunger. Because your dynasties build tombs for children and call them palaces. Because you have mistaken suffering for nobility and envy for justice. Because the galaxy does not improve by granting forever to those who have not mastered a moment." The envoy shook. Whether from rage or illness, Shallax Moore did not care. "Remember this," the Necrontyr said. His voice had become a whisper of knives. "We asked. You did. And you answered. We did." The envoy bowed then, but it was not submission. It was the lowering of a head before a charge. When the Necrontyr left, their blood remained on the floor until the hall absorbed it, studied it, and sent the remnants to the lower vats. War came with all the ceremonies Shallax Moore expected of them. The Necrontyr named their vengeance with 1,000 dynastic titles. Their first fleets crossed the void in formations vast enough to terrify younger empires. Tomb ships advanced like black mausoleums, dragged by engines of captive fire. Solar barges bled radiation from their flanks. Dynastic lance platforms unfolded from asteroid shells. Radiation bombardment arcs burned through the dark, their prows carved into the faces of dead kings. Their armies rode within sealed armor, flesh protected from hostile stars, hatred preserved behind brass and obsidian masks. By mortal standards, it was apocalypse. By the standards of the Old Ones, it was an examination. Shallax Moore observed the opening engagements from a webway aperture above a red giant system whose worlds had sworn fealty to the Necrontyr crown houses. The enemy came in magnificent arrogance, their fleets firing along predicted approach vectors, their commanders trusting geometry, mass, and rage. The Old Ones were not there when the shots arrived. Their fleets moved through hidden roads behind reality, emerging only to strike. Webway gates opened inside blind zones, behind command moons, beneath shielded fortresses, within the hollow cores of fleet bastions thought inviolable. Old One weapons did not roar, they bloomed. Gravity folded into shapes that had no mercy. Light hardened into spears. Time stuttered around Necrontyr warships, leaving some frozen between heartbeats, while others aged to ruin in moments. A command moon died first. Its shields brightened under a storm of Necrontyr prayers, reactor output, and shouted noble orders. Then, an Old One gate opened at its center, not outside the moon, but within its mantle. The webway aperture unfolded like a flower of impossible dawn. The moon's core was politely removed from local reality. The crust collapsed. Inward, the command citadels fell into the empty heart of their own world. Millions of officers, strategists, priests, and dynastic heirs died while still transmitting orders to armies that no longer had a command structure. Their bodies were crushed into red grease between layers of continental stone. Their reactor reliquaries ruptured. Their death masks melted into the bones of their faces. Across the system, the Necrontyr line faltered. Shallax Moore watched the pattern and adjusted his expectations upward. They recovered faster than predicted. Their subordinate commanders assumed authority within moments. Their lance platforms shifted focus, creating kill corridors around likely webway emergence points. Inelegant, but impressive. "Record adaptive command resilience," he said. His attendants obeyed. On the fourth world, Necrontyr infantry landed in numbers dense enough to darken continents. Their sealed armor shone beneath a toxic sky. Millions marched through the ash of their own preliminary bombardments, radiation rifles clutched in bone-thin hands, banners of the tomb houses snapping in chemical wind. They sang through their vox grills, hymns to the dead not yet dead, to kings not yet eternal, to hatred not yet satisfied. The Old Ones answered with gravity. The field descended without warning. An entire invasion column vanished into the ground, as if pressed by the thumb of a god. Armor flattened, bodies liquefied inside their sealed suits. Tanks became sheets of metal around paste. War engines buckled, their crews cooked alive by reactor feedback as pressure waves forced coolant systems into their lungs. The ground ran red-black for leagues. The few who survived crawled from the edges of the field without limbs, dragging trails of organ slurry through the ash, only to be collected by Old One hunter organisms for later study. On another world, the Necrontyr built a city of occupation in less than a cycle. All towers, shield pylons, command shrines, and execution squares. Shallax Moore allowed it to finish. He allowed them to settle civilians, ammunition vaults, field hospitals, noble courts, and victory monuments. Then he opened webway portals beneath the foundation stratum. The city dropped into the void, not all at once. That would have been too clean. District by district, foundation by foundation, the metropolis broke from its planet and fell upward through wounds in space. Towers sheared in half, Streets split open and poured soldiers, vehicles, priests, and screaming civilians into the dark between stars. Atmosphere blasted out in white hurricanes, freezing lungs, bursting eyes, and ripping loose the dying in glittering clouds. The Necrontyr tried to anchor the city with gravitic engines. The Old Ones reversed the anchors and used them as hooks. By the time the last palace vanished, the only thing left on the planet was a perfectly circular wound and a rain of blood crystals falling through thin air. The Necrontyr called the campaign a massacre. Shallax Moore called it a first reading. When victory was complete, the Old Ones did not sing. They did not feast. They did not raise monuments. Celebration was for species that needed emotion to bind memory. The Old Ones gathered data. Prisoners were brought to the lower sanctum in chains of light. Officers, navigators, priests, noble heirs, common soldiers, children of command bloodlines, whose gene markers might explain aggression inheritance. They arrived wounded, burned, irradiated, and still proud. Pride interested Shallax Moore. It survived humiliation better than courage and reproduced more efficiently than reason. The dissections lasted many cycles. A Necrontyr admiral remained conscious, while Shallax Moore opened his cranial casing and mapped the relationship between duty and spite. The admiral recited his lineage until his tongue was removed. Then he clicked his teeth in rhythm to continue the pattern. Shallax Moore admired the persistence and preserved the jaw. A dynastic priest was suspended over a vat while memory parasites entered through his eyes. They fed slowly, drawing out liturgies of grievance and ancestral myth. When the priest began to pray for death, Shallax Moore increased the pain and recorded the change in theological structure. A young officer, barely past his first campaigns, was shown images of his destroyed city, his flattened brothers, his king vaporized inside a command moon. He did not break. He stared at the images through fever-bright eyes and whispered curses until blood filled his lungs. "Useful hatred," said Ilmatar Kai, watching beside Shallax Moore, "but not useful flesh." "No," Shallax Moore agreed. "Too brittle, too dependent on artifice, too enthralled by ancestry. They would make poor servants. And yet dangerous enemies. Not because they are strong, because they remember." Shallax Moore turned from the vivisection table. Behind him, the young officer finally died. Machines removed his skull before warmth left the bone. "Because they resent," Shallax Moore said. "Memory can be cultivated. Resentment cultivates itself." In the outer dark, among the wreckage of defeated fleets and the tomb worlds that had not yet learned the true scale of their humiliation, Akhmot the Crownless coughed blood into his death mask. He had once been prince of a minor dynasty, too low to command the first vengeance, too proud to kneel when it failed. Now he stood in a chamber lit by failing reactor candles, surrounded by nobles whose bodies were collapsing inside their funerary armor. The air was hot with sickness. The walls trembled from distant bombardments. Servants carried away the dead and returned with empty hands because there were too many corpses and not enough tombs. Akhmot removed his mask with shaking fingers. The skin beneath was grey, split, and wet with lesions. His mouth was full of blood. His teeth were red. "They refused us," said one of the nobles. Akhmot laughed, and the laugh became a cough that bent him double. He spat a clot onto the floor and ground it beneath his heel. "No," he said. "They instructed us." His court looked at him through lenses polished to resemble eyes. "They showed us what mercy is worth. They showed us that wisdom is a wall built by those already inside paradise. They showed us that our dead are not tragedy to them. They are compost." He fitted the death mask back over his ruined face. The lenses flared gold. "One day," Akhmot said, "the gardeners will beg for death. We shall deny them. We shall grant them endurance enough to understand us." Far away, in the sanctum around the blue-white star, Shallax Moore began work on contingencies. The Eldari came first in elegance, or near enough to first that the distinction pleased those who valued beauty. They were shaped as blades of perception and psychic force, swift, luminous, capable of feeling the currents of the immaterial sea with an artistry that made them dangerous. They would be warriors, seers, singers, and executioners. Their flaw was intensity. They felt too deeply, and feeling was a door. The Jokaero were another answer, though not to war directly. Tool instinct made flesh, hands that understood mechanisms without culture, minds that solved matter because matter offended them by being unfinished. They were not soldiers, but no arsenal survived without builders. Other species followed as sketches, trials, seeds cast into promising soil. Some were made for void survival, some for psychic amplification, some for obedience, some for sacrifice. Many failed. Some succeeded too well and were quietly limited. The lower vats remained warm. The nutrient rivers thickened. The gardens above bloomed with the dead below. Yet none answered the question that had lodged itself inside Shallax Moore's contemplations. The Necrontyr would return. Their defeat had not ended them. It had refined them. Their weakness had not cured their hatred. It had fermented it. If they found a power beyond flesh, beyond mortality, beyond the limits that had made them contemptible, then the next war would not be an examination. It would be a wound across the stars. The old ones needed a warrior that could survive without supply chains, without stable empire, without delicate command hierarchies. A warrior that could grow in ruin, feed on conflict, repair itself through violence, and reproduce in the ashes of the battlefield. A warrior whose morale could not collapse because morale would be replaced by appetite. A warrior that did not require civilization to remain dangerous. Shallax Moore walked alone into the sealed design vault beneath the lowest slaughter vats. No attendant followed. No projection accompanied him. Even Ilmatar Kai was not permitted beyond the threshold. The vault had been grown before the sanctum's outer continents had cooled. Its walls were black root and old bone. Its door bore a spiral. Glyph, simple by Old One standards, almost crude. Fungus, muscle, instinct, laughter. Shallax. Moore laid one hand upon the door. It opened like a wound. Inside, there was no army. Not yet. No giant, no tusk, no roar, no crude god of green flesh and iron. There was only a shallow pool of nutrient darkness beneath a single thread of light. Within it, the first cells divided. They split once, then again and again, each division carrying hunger, resilience, aggression, and the smallest seed of joy. Not joy as poets would understand it, not joy as mercy's opposite, joy as ignition, joy as a weapon that would make pain useful, death amusing, and war self-sustaining. Shallax Moore watched the green bloom spread through the pool. For the first time in many cycles, he spoke not to an attendant, nor a conclave, nor a prisoner, but to the thing that would one day drown battlefields beneath its descendants. Mercy, he said softly, is not the absence of suffering. The cells multiplied faster. Mercy is the correct application of it. In the dark beneath paradise, the green began to laugh. Akhmot the Crownless had been born beneath a dying sun, and all his life had been spent learning the many shapes of decay. The dynastic court of Kematar was built from black basalt, gold funerary metal, and old grievance. Its towers rose like knives from a plane of radioactive glass. Its windows were narrow, not to keep out enemies, but to deny the hateful star the pleasure of looking upon them. Beyond those windows, the sky burned a poisonous white. It had always burned. It had burned his father thin, burned his brothers hollow, burned the children of his bloodline before they had learned the proper names of their ancestors. There were no nurseries in Kematar that did not smell of medicine. There were no palaces that did not contain tombs. There were no songs that did not end in dust. Akhmot stood among the nobles of his diminished house and watched them rot inside jeweled life support frames. Their bodies were wrapped in preservation silks, sealed metal braces, and humming cages of dynastic craft. Gem tubes entered throats, brass pistons helped ancient knees bend, veils hid cancers, masks hid mouths full of blood. Even their splendor was funerary. Every crown resembled a burial circlet. Every throne had been built to resemble a sarcophagus. Every child of noble birth was measured by physicians before priests, and the priests always waited nearby with ink for the death tablets. The air reeked of embalming oils, hot copper, antiseptic smoke, and flesh losing its long war against the star. Upon the walls, propaganda glyphs burned in stern golden light. They promised redress. They promised vengeance. They promised the old ones would be made to answer. They promised that the insult given to the Necrontyr would become the foundation stone of a new eternity. Akhmot believed none of the slogans as they were written. He believed only in the hatred beneath them. His mask rested in his hands. Without it, his breath came raw and wet. He could taste iron. He could feel the lesions inside his mouth reopening as he inhaled. Pain lived in him like a second skeleton. It had been there since youth. It would be there until death, and death had always been close enough to hear him whisper. Across the court, a herald mounted the obsidian steps below the ancestral statues. The herald was young, or what passed for young among a people condemned at birth. His face was hidden behind a thin gold death mask. His shoulders shook with fever, but his voice rang clear through the amplifiers in his collar. The dynasties heed the command. Silence took the court. Even the machines seemed to still. The divided crowns are ended. The wars of house against house are ended. The old rivalries are bound in iron and sealed beneath the witness of the dead. The silent king has spoken. The Necrontyr will be as one blade. The Necrontyr will turn that blade outward. The Necrontyr will take from the old ones what was denied. Akhmot heard nobles begin to weep behind their masks. Not from hope. Hope was a child's narcotic. They wept because hatred had at last been given structure. He fitted his mask to his face. The seals bit into tender skin. Pain flashed white behind his eyes. The mask's internal systems forced medicine into his lungs, cooled his blood, steadied his heartbeat, and lied to his body with chemical persistence. One of his retainers, old Senatek of the Ashguard, leaned close on creaking leg braces. "My lord," Senatek rasped, "do you believe unity can endure among the dynasties?" Akhmot looked toward the propaganda glyphs. He looked toward the statues of dead kings. He looked toward the white glare beyond the windows, where the star waited to kill them all with patient contempt. "No," he said, "not by honor, not by wisdom, not by kinship." Senatek bowed his head. "Then by what?" Akhmot's fingers closed around the head of his staff. The metal was warm from his fevered grip. "By weaponized hatred." The court doors opened to the outer balcony, and poisoned light spilled across the chamber. Nobles flinched from it. Akhmot did not. He stepped into the radiance and let the star burn against his mask. "If the old ones will not grant eternity," he said, voice carrying through the vox pylons, "we shall take a colder immortality and make them kneel before it." The cheer that followed was not joyful. It was a coughing roar from a dying species that had decided extinction would not come before revenge. The road to immortality began with starlight screaming. The star gods were not found as kings upon thrones, nor as idols waiting for supplication. The Necrontyr did not discover them buried in temples or named in prophecies. They were found in the furnace hearts of stars, vast intelligences feeding upon radiance, older than flesh, crueler than hunger, immense beyond the ability of meat to understand. Akhmot saw the first manifestation from the observation vault of a solar harvester vessel, his body strapped into a pressure throne while the ship drifted close enough to its captive star that lesser craft would have become vapor and accusation. Around him, cryptek savants chanted equations through cracked lips. Priests burned offerings that turned to ash before touching flame. Nobles watched from behind layered shields, their masks reflecting the star's convulsions. At first, there was only turbulence. Then the sunlight opened, not dimmed, not flared, opened. A wound appeared in the star, a darkness shaped by appetite. Solar plasma bent around it as if drawn across invisible bones. Filaments of fire twisted into the suggestion of a face, too vast to be seen whole, too intimate to be denied. One priest began laughing. Another tried to kneel and found his shadow had detached from him. The shadow burned upright on the floor. It had no body, but it screamed. More shadows peeled themselves from the nobles and attendants, igniting in place, each one writhing like a black flame. The priests fell into panic, clutching at their robes, clawing at the walls, begging gods they had not yet named to show mercy. The face in the star did not answer them with mercy. It answered with promise. The first voice was golden. It slid into thought without force, sweet as poison poured into a dying mouth. It spoke of injustice. It spoke of denied inheritance. It spoke of bodies that need not fail, of thrones that need not pass to unworthy sons, of kingdoms not measured in generations, but in aeons. It spoke as if it had always known the Necrontyr wound, and had waited only for them to become wise enough to seek the knife that would cut it open. The deceiver smiled from the star without lips. Beside that radiance came another presence. It did not promise. It did not persuade. It simply arrived. The observation vault froze, not with cold, with recognition. Every heart in the chamber missed its rhythm. Every diseased lung halted mid-breath. Akhmot felt something enter him that had not been there before, something ancient and absolute, a black shape pressing against the back of his mind. It was silence like a grave opening. The Nightbringer did not need words. Its absence spoke enough. Akhmot's body tried to fear it. His mind refused. He was Necrontyr. He had been born dying. Death had slept beside his cradle, eaten at his table, followed him through every court. He had no reverence left for it. He leaned forward in his throne until the restraints cut into his chest. "You are not gods," he whispered. The solar wound brightened. The golden voice laughed inside his skull. "No," said the sweetness. "We are what gods fear becoming." Biotransference was announced as salvation. The banners said eternity. The furnace temples said otherwise. They rose on every dynastic world, black. Pyramids, bronze ziggurats, metal cathedra, and vast engines whose roots pierced the planetary crust. Processions stretched from horizon to horizon. Billions came beneath banners of unity and vengeance. Nobles rode in sealed palanquins. Soldiers marched in disciplined columns, armor polished, weapons lowered, masks turned toward the temple gates. Commoners came in silence, carrying the ashes of their dead in little jars, believing those ashes would be honored in the new age. Priests told them all that pain was ending. Cryptex told them flesh was a cage. Heralds told them the silent king had chosen immortality for his people. Akhmot entered the furnace temple of Kematar beneath a canopy of gold blades. His house followed, retainers, soldiers, physicians, scribes, Gene's sons whose names he had ordered carved into stone in case the process failed. He looked upon them as they walked beside him, each face hidden, each body diseased beneath ceremonial metal. He had sons. He knew this. The knowledge sat in him like a jewel already slipping from its setting. Their names were spoken aloud as the procession advanced. He heard them. He repeated them. He fixed them inside his mind with the discipline of a prince who had survived fever, defeat, humiliation, and the contempt of the old ones. The temple swallowed them. Inside, there were no hymns, only machines. Vast frames descended, clamps opened, surgical limbs moved with insect precision. The air was hot enough to blister skin. Rivers of molten metal flowed beneath grated floors. Soul engines, though none yet called them that, hummed with a note that made teeth crack inside mouths. The Deceiver's servants wore smiles. The Cryptex did not. Akhmot was stripped of his robes. His mask was removed. His last breath of mortal air tasted of blood and oil. He saw his sons upon nearby slabs. He tried to speak to them. The machines opened him before the words arrived. Pain devoured him in layers. Skin peeled back. Nerves flashed. Organs were named, judged, discarded. His heart beat under cold light, then beat in a clamp outside his body, then beat no more. His bones cracked as extraction frames unfolded him. He heard screaming from every side, not thousands, not millions, but a species poured into agony. Flesh became offering, memory became fuel. Souls, though the Necrontyr had never trusted such soft mysticism, were drawn screaming through channels no mortal science should have cut. The star gods ate. They ate the fear first, because fear was bright. Then the pain, then the love, then the names. Akhmot woke standing. He had no breath. He had no heartbeat. He had no fever. He had no pain. For a long moment, he thought this was victory. His vision resolved in emerald fire. The world appeared in angles, energy values, threat hierarchies, command pathways. His hands were metal claws of living silver. His limbs moved without ache. His spine held straight. His skull was a death mask that would never need removing, because there was nothing beneath it but mechanisms and the cold echo of a self. Around him stood ranks of identical warriors. Some had been nobles, some had been servants, some had been children, some had been priests, some had been sons. He knew he had sons. He knew he had entered the temple with them. He knew their names had mattered. He searched for them inside himself and found only blankness where their faces should have been. Akhmot made a sound then. It should have been a scream. His new body rendered it as a burst of static. Across Kemetar, across every world that had passed through the furnaces, the Necrontyr were dead, and the Necrons stood in their place. The first war host marched without drums. It needed none. Akhmot, now Akhmot Ka, by decree of dynastic command protocols, advanced at the head of a legion that made no sound but the measured impact of metal feet upon dead stone. Behind him came phalanxes of warriors bearing Gauss flayers, their bodies hunched and skeletal, their eyes empty emerald wounds. Immortals marched in heavier ranks, weapons clutched against metal ribs, minds reduced, but purpose intact. Lichguard flanked the noble commands, war scythes held upright, their loyalty perfected by the removal of doubt. Cryptex drifted among them like robed spiders of living metal, their staffs humming with laws of matter rewritten into malice. Canoptex scarabs flowed over the ground in silver tides, eating debris, corpses, fortifications, anything assigned no further purpose. Destroyer cult engines hovered behind the infantry, their forms already twisted by extermination obsession, their weapons eager to erase movement, warmth, and biological insult. Portal engines like black monoliths rose from geometric apertures, dragging reinforcements from tomb holds through shimmering gates. Above the war host, tomb ships slid through the dark, vast and silent, their hulls carved with dynastic glyphs. No living tongue remained worthy to speak. Akhmot Ka's own body was magnificent. That knowledge brought no pleasure. It brought only function. The Gauss flayers fired when commanded. They did not burn flesh. They unmade it politely, layer by layer, atom by atom. Armor peeled away in glowing threads. Skin became mist. Muscle stripped back from bone in red ribbons. Bones thinned, brightened, and dissolved into glittering dust. Organs hung for moments in the air, unsupported by bodies, before becoming vapor. The weapon did not hate. That was Akhmot Ka's duty. The return to war was different. The old ones had once moved beyond Necrontyr reach, slipping through the webway like surgeons avoiding the grasp of a fevered patient. Now the Necrons came with star gods beside them, and sciences sharpened by soulless eternity. The hidden roads were found. The gates were wounded. The old ones' sanctuaries, once untouchable, became coordinates. Akhmot-Ka stood upon the bridge of a tomb ship as the first webway breach opened. Reality cracked like enamel under pressure. Light spilled through, not the crude light of stars, but the secret radiance of the Old One's hidden paths. Cryptex chanted in machine pulses. Satan power flowed through containment arcs, hateful and radiant. The breach widened. On the other side waited gardens. Akhmot-Ka ordered harvest. Necron phalanxes entered paradise and made it silent. The Old One's client species met them with courage, elegance, numbers, prayers, and weapons grown from living crystal. It mattered little. Gauss fire peeled them apart. Gravitic blades crushed them into red paste. Scarab swarms entered their armor through breathing vents and ate them from inside, stripping organs clean while the victims still fired. Monolith engines opened in plazas of white stone and vomited deathless ranks into sanctuaries that had never known invasion. Worlds were not conquered. Conquest implied future use by the living. They were harvested. Akhmot-Ka watched forests, older than Necrontyr civilization, become ash. He watched towers grown from singing bone collapse into rivers of blood. He watched Old One attendants, graceful and luminous, torn apart by flensing beams until their long limbs became drifting vapor and their strange organs painted the air in colors his new optics catalogued, but his old mind could not have named. He felt no pity. Pity had died in the furnace, yet hatred remained. That was the joke, if anything in eternity could still be called a joke. The Citan had taken warmth, hunger, tenderness, fear, grief, and the faces of his sons. They had not taken hatred. Perhaps they could not digest it. Perhaps they had left it deliberately, a coal in the chest of each noble mind, knowing it would drive their armies better than any command protocol. The Old Ones were cruel because they calculated. The Citan were cruel because life was food. Akhmot-Ka was cruel because he remembered being denied, even when he could not remember the faces of those for whom he had sought forever. No faction stood clean beneath the burning stars. No creator was innocent. No victim remained pure once given a blade. On the plains of Iluthar Ve, beneath a sky bruised purple by orbital fire, the Nightbringer descended. The battlefield had already become a charnel ocean. Old One defenders and their servant armies had fought across the plain for 7 cycles, dying in heaps so deep that the lower dead had been pressed into jelly beneath the weight of the newer dead. Necron warriors stood half-buried in corpses, firing until their arms were severed, then reassembling beneath heaps of steaming flesh. Eldari war hosts moved like pale knives through the slaughter, their psychic lances cutting bright wounds in metal ranks. Vast reptilian shock beasts thundered into Gauss fire and came apart in sprays of bone, organs, and armored hide. Then the light failed, not from cloud, not from smoke. The idea of death cast a shadow. The Nightbringer's shard took shape above the plain as a towering absence wreathed in starfire, a skeletal vastness with a scythe that was less weapon than sentence. Where it looked, hearts stopped. Where it moved, courage became meat, remembering its inevitable rot. The effect was immediate. A warrior species bred without cowardice fell to its knees and clawed at its own helmet until the face beneath came away in strips. Psychic soldiers screamed as visions of their own extinction entered them at once. Beasts that had known no predator turned and trampled their handlers, crushing bodies into ruptured sacks of blood and brains. Armored infantry fired into their own ranks. Some tore open their suits, desperate to breathe, only to vomit their lungs into their hands. Others fled blindly into Gauss kill lines, begging in languages Akhmot-Ka's translation engines dismissed as irrelevant. The Nightbringer had not merely frightened them, it had written fear of death into them. Akhmot-Ka watched and understood, with cold aristocratic satisfaction, that a weapon had been placed inside the instincts of life itself. Species would inherit this moment. They would carry its shadow in their marrow. They would teach their young to fear endings because the star god had looked upon their ancestors and made terror biological. The old ones saw it too. Their lines faltered. Their garden armies broke. Their beautiful weapons shook in beautiful hands. But far from that field, beyond the breached webway arteries and the burning sanctuaries, in a distant vat world orbiting a blue-white star, another test was underway. Akhmot Ka did not see it with eyes. He saw it later in captured archives, in fractured memory streams, in Old One data ghosts screaming through broken crystal. Yet the truth entered him like a blade slid between ribs. Green cells floated in nutrient darkness, while the Nightbringer's pressure rolled across the immaterium. Other test species recoiled. Neural clusters collapsed. Embryos died. Psychic strains convulsed themselves into paste. Fear responses bloomed, exceeded tolerance, and destroyed the host. Tanks burst under panic spasms. Young minds clawed themselves apart before their limbs had finished forming. The green strain did not recoil. It swelled. The pressure of death met something inside it and found no purchase. The cells divided harder. Muscle fibers thickened. Bone knots formed like fists. Teeth budded early, too many and too sharp. Primitive nerve webs flashed with crude delight. The vats shook as the embryos kicked against their membranes. Inside the tanks, laughter began. It was small at first, a bubbling vibration through nutrient sludge. Then louder. Not joy as poets knew it. Not innocence. Not courage. Something more terrible. The reflex of a creature that had mistaken the shadow of death for an invitation. In the bio-sanctum, Shallax Moore received the report among the slaughter vats, surrounded by the rendered remains of failed possibilities. An attendant bowed low, its glass limbs trembling. All test species displayed terminal fear response except the green strain. Shallax Moore's serene face did not change at first. Then he smiled. "Remove the pain thresholds," he said. The attendant hesitated. The old one looked down into the growing green and saw perhaps salvation, perhaps failure, perhaps the shape of a future that would never stop fighting, even after its makers were dust. "Remove them," Shallax Moore repeated. "Let us learn what laughter can endure." The first thing Urgask Korag knew was pressure. It held him before thought had shape. It crushed against his hide, sank through the armored plates of his growing bones, pushed into the cords of his muscles, and throbbed in the wet dark around him like the heartbeat of a world. He hung within a womb pod large enough to drown a war engine, curled in nutrient sludge thick with iron, fungal matter, ground bone, and the distilled marrow of dead trial species. The fluid entered his lungs and taught them strength. It burned in his veins and taught them rage. It passed through his skull in pulses of command and taught his brain the first laws of existence: enemy, weapon, brother, hierarchy, obedience, violence, victory. The gestation cavern around him was the size of a continent. Its roof vanished into thunderheads of spore mist and engineered storm. Fungal forests rose in ranks. Like cathedrals of green meat, their trunks thick as hive towers, their caps swelling and bursting in rhythmic cycles that pumped oxygen, aggression hormones, and psychoreactive spores into the atmosphere. Rivers of nutrient sludge rolled through trenches cut into the cavern floor, carrying shards of iron, old teeth, severed nerve clusters, calcified armor fragments, and the pulverized remains of failures that had been fed back into the design. Along those rivers, womb pods grew in their millions. They hung from root cables and bone arches, each one armored, each one veined with pulsing green light, each one containing a warrior too large for any natural cradle. Within some pods, limbs twitched. Within others, tusks scraped against inner membranes. Some embryos were smaller, dense with abnormal skull growth and too many implanted instincts. Some had hands that flexed, as if already shaping machines from dreams. Some had spinal nodes swollen with warp sensitivity, their sealed pods flickering as green lightning crawled across their surfaces. Others were huge even by the measure of the huge, their bodies layered in plates of symbiotic exo-armor grown into the hide, their hearts beating like artillery. Old One overseers drifted above them on paths of bent light. They did not hurry, they did not shout, they did not pray. Their long hands moved through command glyphs and surgical geometries, carving instincts into unborn minds with beams of cold radiance. Where a strain showed hesitation, pain was added. Where aggression exceeded direction, structure was burned deeper. Where fear appeared, it was flensed out and replaced with laughter. The Old Ones worked as gardeners, work among fruiting trees, pruning, grafting, cutting away rot, never apologizing to the branch for the knife. Urgask felt them before he saw them. He hated them before he understood why. A needle of light entered the pod and pierced the base of his skull. Knowledge erupted. He saw a gun without ever holding one, a new recoil, feed angle, heat bloom, ammunition weight, fire discipline, kill spread. He saw armor and knew how it should sit on a shoulder, where it should flex, where it should bite into flesh to keep a warrior angry and awake. He saw a line of warriors and knew which one should command by mass, by cunning, by the willingness of others to obey without wasting time in debate. He saw enemies of silver bone and green fire, and some deep part of him roared in recognition. Necron. Deathless. Break them. His pod split open. The nutrient sludge poured out in a boiling flood, carrying clots of half-formed tissue and strips of membrane. Cold air struck his hide. It smelled of iron, fungus, hot stone, and newborn violence. Urgask unfolded from the pod and struck the cavern floor on one knee, his fist sinking wrist deep into the wet mineral beneath him. He was 12 meters tall from heel to crown, though he did not yet know the measure. His shoulders were a fortress line. His spine was a column of reinforced bone and woven nerve armor. His flesh was green-black, ridged, thick, and steaming in the cavern air. Plates of symbiotic exo-armor had grown into his body, locking across his chest and shoulders, feeding from his blood, responding to the first electrical pulses of his will. Tubes of living metal threaded his arms. Bone spurs jutted along his forearms. His hands were broad enough to crush a battle tank's turret ring. He opened his eyes. The world came to him in layers. Heat, scent, motion, threat, command. Around him, other giants tore free from their pods. Some emerged laughing. Some emerged biting through the last of their membranes. One burst out too early, skin still translucent, organs visible beneath the green hide. He dragged himself upright anyway, entrails hanging, and bellowed until a pain boy strain seized him, opened his own forearm with a bone knife, and used tendons like cords to lash the newborn's guts back inside. Urgask looked upward at the Old Ones. His first words shook the pod forest. "Where is the enemy?" The overseers paused. That pleased him. He had made them still. Then he felt the collar. It was not metal alone. It was grown through the thick ridges of his neck and buried around his upper spine. A ring of black root, gold filament, and psychic hooks. It had been part of him before waking. Now it tightened. Pain burned through his neck spines. Urgask rose to his full height and tried to tear it out. His fingers found the collar and closed. The moment he pulled, the hooks ignited. White agony flooded his skull. His muscles locked. His secondary hearts hammered hard enough to split vessels. He dropped to one knee, not from weakness, but because every nerve had been turned into a command channel. Across the cavern, millions of newborn Krorks felt their own collars awaken. Some roared, some laughed, some smashed their fists into the ground hard enough to spray stone and sludge over the pod roots. Several weaker strains convulsed, bit through their tongues, and choked on black blood. The Old Ones observed. Those who died were marked for recycling before their bodies stopped twitching. A figure descended through the spore mist. Shallax Moore came robed in pale light, serene as the edge of a blade. He drifted until he hovered before Urgask's face, absurdly small beside the newborn giant, and yet filling the cavern with the weight of command. "You are functioning within acceptable parameters," Shallax Moore said. Urgask's tusks ground together. Blood and nutrient slime ran from his jaws. His voice emerged low, controlled, and full of murder. "Why am I chained?" The Old One studied him with the patience of a physician reading symptoms. "The chain gives purpose. I have purpose. Enemy, weapon, brother, victory. Purpose without boundary becomes waste." Urgask reached for the Old One again, slowly this time, testing the leash. The collar burned before his hand closed half the distance. He stopped, not because the pain cowed him, but because he understood the lesson. The chain was fast. The chain was deep. The chain was not yet breakable. Shallax Moore inclined his head. "A weapon without a wielder is merely catastrophe." Urgask smiled. It was not a modern orc grin, not the slack brutality of a degraded brute. It was a commander's expression, full of comprehension and insult. "Then hold tight, little wielder." The Old One did not react. That too, Urgask remembered. The next cycles were not lessons. Lessons were for empty minds. The Krorks did not learn. They bloomed. Boss hierarchy asserted itself before the first weapons were issued. The largest did not always command. The loudest did not always survive. Dominance was an equation of mass, violence, tactical sense, and the ability to make the others better at killing. Urgask did not need to fight every challenger. He watched them move, smelled their aggression, heard the tremor in their bellows, and knew which to break, which to use, which to let believe they had chosen obedience. The few who came at him directly were torn apart in front of the pod forests. Their deaths fed the rest. Mech cognition flowered in the thick skulls of the builder strains. They were not yet the cackling savants of later ages, guided by half-remembered instinct and improbable luck. These Krorks could see the soul of machinery without superstition. They looked upon reactor cores, gravitic shear arrays, ammunition hoppers, and psycho-conductive alloys, and their hands moved before speech. They built because matter wanted to be weaponized, and they had been made to hear the complaint. Painboy instincts emerged with wet joy. Anatomical understanding arrived as hunger. They opened bodies to improve them, stapled armor plates onto living muscle, redirected blood vessels through combat stimulators, replaced shattered jaws with biting metal, and laughed with their patients as both suffered. To them, pain was not warning. It was feedback. Mutilation was not loss. It was education. Weird boy strains shook in their restraints, eyes glowing with green internal storm. The Old Ones kept more distance from them. Urgask noticed that. He noticed the containment pylons, the dampening arches, the way overseers watched the warp-touched Krorks with something very near caution. Through them, the Waagh field first stirred, not as noise, but as pressure under thought. A billion unborn and newborn minds resonating in the same direction. Spore instinct filled the rest. Every Krork knew in the meat of him that death was not ending. Blood on soil, teeth in mud, spores in ash. War did not bury them. War planted them. Then came the armories. They opened beneath the gestation cavern like iron mouths. Urgask stood at the head of the first war cohort, while mech strain giants and Old One engines armed them. The weapons looked crude only to foolish eyes. Their lines were brutal. Their housings were massive. Their grips were built for hands that could bend plasteel bars by accident. Yet within every ugly casing lived impossible craft. Mega armor closed around elite bodies, heavier and more responsive than any suit of Imperial battleplate that would exist in the far, stupid future. It bonded to the symbiotic plates beneath the hide, drinking nerve signal and aggression impulse. Shoulder-mounted plasma throaters growled as their reactor sacks warmed, designed to vomit sun-hot streams across fortress walls and armored ranks. Gravitic kill claws locked over fists, each talon able to seize mass, twist inertia, and pulp an enemy inside its own protection. Chain cleavers with monomolecular teeth screamed to life, their blades wide as hab corridors and fine enough at the edge to shave atoms. Shoulder cannons accepted mass reactive shells the size of men, each round painted in glyphs that were not decoration, but psycho-reactive command language. Urgask's weapon was brought by 3 mech strains and a crawling engine beast. It was taller than most later greenskins would ever grow. Its head was a cleaver of black-edged alloy. Its spine held a cannon barrel, combustion chambers, recoil bones, and a power core that beat like a second heart. Crude in silhouette, perfect in purpose. A blade for the close kill, a gun for the charge, an engine for momentum, a symbol for command. He took it in one hand. It recognized him through his grip and growled. The first training war began when the cavern continent split open and released the predators. They came from the slaughter vaults in cloned armies, each species chosen for a different lesson. 6-limbed chitin beasts with acid blood, armored reptilian siege things bred to resist artillery, blind burrowers with mouths like grinders, winged packs with hooked limbs and toxin sacs. At their center strode bio-titans, tall as fortress towers, grown from failed war lineages and fitted with old one restraint engines. Their bodies were mountains of meat, shell, and rage. Their mouths opened wide enough to swallow tanks. Their spines carried organic cannons that spat bone spears through entire ranks of newborn Krorks. Shallax Moore expected performance. The Krorks overperformed. The first shell from Urgask's shoulder cohort struck a bio-titan in the chest and detonated inside its rib fortress. The explosion hurled wet fragments for hundreds of meters. Still the beast came on, guts dragging, lungs flapping through broken armor. Urgask charged it. The ground cracked beneath his feet. Other Krorks surged with him, not as a mob, but as a living assault pattern. Heavy weapons laid suppressive fire. Kill claws tore open flanks. Weird Boy lightning hammered neural nodes. Mech strains marked weak points with bursts of red targeting smoke. Urgask leapt. His chain cleaver bit into the bio-titan's throat and ripped downward to the pelvis. Hot organs spilled out in a flood. Steam burst across his armor. Acid blood ate smoking lines into his chest plates. The beast screamed until Urgask drove the cannon mouth of his weapon under its jaw and fired. The mass reactive shell blew the creature's skull apart from within. Brains, bone plates, and chunks of sensory tissue rained across the charging Krorks. They roared approval and painted their armor with the arterial spray. All across the cavern, newborn war became ritual. A Krork lost an arm to a predator's crushing jaws, beat the beast to death with the severed limb still hanging from its mouth, then carried both to a pain boy to have the arm reattached with iron staples and nerve hooks. Another was split open from sternum to groin. He held his intestines in with one hand and kept firing with the other until a surgeon strain punched him in the face, shoved the organs back inside, nailed a scavenged armor plate over the wound, and sent him roaring back into the crush. A mech strain named Dregmagna crouched amid the carnage, ignoring a shard of bone lodged through his cheek. He watched a predator siege beast explode against a reactor bunker and saw usefulness in the wreckage. Within moments he had gathered shattered ribs, hot reactor slag, severed tendons, and the breech assembly from a destroyed training cannon. His hands moved in a blur of instinct and genius. He hammered bone into recoil braces. He wrapped nerve fiber around cracked focusing. Rings. He spat into the chamber, listened to it hiss, then grinned. The macro cannon he built should not have worked. It worked. Its first shot crossed the cavern as a thunderclap wrapped in green light and tore through 3 bio-titans in a row, punching a tunnel through flesh, armor, organs, and spine. The beasts came apart in colossal pieces, drenching thousands of Krorks in blood. Dregmagna laughed so hard that the bone shard fell from his cheek. Urgask saw him. Useful, thought the war leader. Not subordinate only. necessary. The distinction pleased him. By the end of the training war, the cloned predator armies were not merely defeated, they were extinct within their own arena. Their corpses were looted before they cooled. Their armor became plates. Their bones became braces, trophies, and ammunition housings. Their hearts were eaten raw by the largest of the assault cohorts, not from hunger alone, but from instinctive declaration. Strength taken, weakness discarded, victory digested. The ground was slick for leagues. Green blood mixed with red, black, yellow, and clear alien fluids in steaming rivers. Severed heads hung from weapon chains. Limbs lay in heaps around the painboy stations, some waiting to be reattached, others already stripped for useful tendons. Krorks with exposed skulls laughed while surgeons bolted plates over their brains. Krorks' missing jaws clacked temporary iron replacements and demanded bigger guns. Krorks who had died were dragged to spore pits, their bodies hacked open to seed the next cycle. Above them, Shallax Moore watched. Urgask looked up through the steam and blood haze. For the first time, he smelled something beneath the Old One's serenity. Not fear exactly, recognition. The Old Ones had made soldiers before. They had shaped blades, singers, tools, beasts, and martyrs. The Krorks were not those things. They were not simply warriors who could fight. They were war-given appetite, a campaign that breathed, a massacre that reproduced, a battlefield that could learn to enjoy itself. The collar at Urgask's neck pulsed once, as if reminding him that thought itself had boundaries. He did not reach for it, not yet. Instead, he closed his eyes. The Waagh field rose. It had been there since waking, but now, after blood and pain and victory, it opened inside him like a second sky. He felt the millions in the cavern, then the billions in the other caverns beyond it. He felt boss strains asserting command, mech strains building, pain boy strains cutting, weird boy strains burning holes in the immaterial sea with their green minds. He felt spores awakening under floors, in vents, in dead flesh, in the cracks of armor. He felt anger, hunger, cunning, laughter, and discipline braid into one brutal force. It was not the degraded roar that would one day spill from lesser throats in a broken age. It was strategy with teeth. Through it, Urgask sensed weakness, not with eyes, not with scent. Through the warp itself, he tasted hesitation in distant minds, structural flaws in enemy formations not yet seen, the soft places where fear lived in things that believed themselves immortal. Across the continent cavern, cohorts moved before he ordered them aloud. They understood his intent as pressure, heat, direction. A billion minds became one clenched fist, without becoming one mind. Each Krork remained himself, violent and willful, yet all bent toward the same strike. Shallax Moore descended again, the battlefield quieted by degrees, not fully. Krorks did not become silent. They growled, chewed, laughed, welded, stitched, and argued over trophies. Yet the war cohorts turned toward the Old One, with weapons lowered enough to be called obedience. The far wall of the cavern opened. No machinery announced it. Reality simply unfolded. A webway gate ignited in the stone, tall enough for god engines, wide enough for armies, its inner light bright as captive dawn. Beyond it lay not garden, not vault, not training ground. War waited. A tombfront stretched across 7 worlds beneath a dead emerald sky. Necron fortresses rose in geometric perfection from black plains. Silver legions stood in ranks that reached beyond the horizon. Monolith engines drifted above them. Scarab clouds shimmered like metal plague. Gauss pylons glowed with patient annihilation. The Deathless had prepared a wall against the Old Ones. Urgask smelled them through the gate. Metal, dust, cold, hatred, wrong life. His grip tightened around the cleaver cannon until its engine snarled. Shallax Moore's voice carried across the continent cavern, soft and absolute. "Go," said the Old One. "Break the Deathless." For one heartbeat, The command collars burned in every Krork neck. Then Urgask Korag raised his weapon, and the first true Waagh answered. The webway opened its throat, and the Krorks poured through it. They did not march like the armies of lesser ages. They erupted. The gate's captive dawn split wide across the cavern wall, and the first war cohort struck the far world like a green meteor storm given discipline. Urgask Korag led the spearhead, his boots hitting alien soil with enough force to crack the black plain beneath him. Behind him came ranks upon ranks of giants, each one armored in living plate and brutal iron, each one carrying weapons that snarled with heat, gravity, ammunition, and murder. They came shoulder to shoulder, banners of flayed predator hide snapping above them, their chain cleavers growling, their plasma throaters coughing caged suns. The first world of the tombfront shook. More gates opened above it, around it, beneath it. Reality split in wounds of white fire across the horizon, and billions of Krorks came through. Their attack beasts thundered at their flanks, tusked things with armored hides and engine hearts, bred to bite through bunker walls and eat whatever screamed inside. Spore artillery rolled from the webway on treads made of bone and black iron, their barrels swollen with fungal sacs and explosive seed chambers. Mech-built gun fortresses crawled across the plain on piston legs, each one bristling with cannons, reactor mores, kill beams, and screaming gunners. Walking scrap cathedral siege towers strode behind them, crude in outline, sacred in function, their upper battlements crowded with weird boy strains, chained to copper pylons and iron restraint frames. Urgask felt them all. Not as noise, not as the stupid thunder that would one day come from lesser throats in a degraded galaxy. This was not mob madness. This was the first true Waagh, and it moved through him like a green sun under the skull. The word rose from billions of mouths. Waagh. It was command. It was prayer. It was earthquake. It hammered the air flat. It pushed against the sky. It rolled through the warp as a fist, and every Krork mind became sharper under its pressure. Orders did not need speaking. Intent traveled through rage. A billion eyes saw one weakness. A billion hands wanted the same kill. Across the plain, the Necron line waited in perfect silence. It stretched from horizon to horizon beneath a dead emerald sky. Silver ranks stood without tremor, without impatience, without breath. Warriors with Gauss flares formed the first depth, shoulder to shoulder, their metal skulls turned toward the oncoming green storm. Behind them stood immortals in heavier bodies, their weapons pulsing with caged disassembly. Lichguard held war scythes upright like execution standards. Cryptex drifted between command nodes, their staffs sketching equations in light. Gauss pylons hummed along the ridgelines, each one surrounded by lightning that had no thunder. Monolith gates opened in black geometric blooms, and more deathless ranks emerged through them in flawless order. Scarab clouds rose from the ground like metallic locusts. Above the whole line, floating upon a command dais of living metal, stood Necron overlord Akmot-Kar. Urgask did not know his name then, but he felt the presence. Cold, noble, empty, hatred preserved after the rest of the soul had been scraped away. The overlord's eyes burned like green pits cut into a tomb. Akmot-Kar looked upon the horde and did not fear, but he calculated, and for the first time since his flesh had been burned from him in the furnace temples, his calculations did not return certainty. The Necron line fired. The plain became light. Gauss beams swept into the Krork advance in sheets of emerald annihilation. The first ranks vanished by degrees, not blasted apart, but unmade. Armor peeled from their bodies in glowing ribbons, skin stripped away, muscle unraveled into red vapor, bones shone for half a heartbeat before crumbling into white ash. Yet many of the giants kept moving after death had already claimed them. One Krork lost his face, then his jaw, then most of his chest, but his fingers remained locked around his shoulder cannon long enough to fire a last shell into the Necron line. Another was reduced to a walking skeleton wrapped in burning nerves, and still he laughed until his lungs dissolved. Their return fire struck like a continent answering insult. Mass reactive shells the size of men slammed into Necron phalanxes and burst among them with brutal suns of shrapnel and force. Silver bodies blew apart, heads spinning, limbs cartwheeling, torsos ripped open by detonations that punched through ranks 3 and 4 deep. Plasma throaters vomited white-green flame, washing across metal warriors until necrodermis ran like mercury. Gravitic kill beams crumpled entire files into dense knots of screaming metal. Chain shells packed with fungal toxins and corrosive spores burst over the enemy, and though the deathless did not choke, the spores rooted in damaged joints, forcing living metal to fight infection while it repaired. The Necron dead did not remain dead. Broken hands clawed across the ground. Severed heads turned their eyes toward lost bodies. Legless torsos dragged themselves through puddles of molten necrodermis. Limbs crawled back over black stone to reassemble beneath the glow of resurrection nodes. Scarabs swarmed over fallen warriors, knitting them whole, replacing missing pieces, dragging shattered dynasts back into obedience. The Krorks learned in moments. "Stomp the shiny bits flat," roared Dreg Magna across the Waagh field, his voice not sound but command impulse. The front ranks obeyed. Giant boots came down on crawling limbs, pulping necrodermis into the battlefield. Attack beasts snapped up Necron heads and swallowed them, their engineered stomachs grinding living metal in acid thickened with spores. Squig-like biorecyclers, jawed and ugly, and bred in the spore pits for aftermath slaughter, scuttled behind the spearheads eating fallen metal before it could mend. They died by the thousands when the necrodermis poisoned them, but thousands more came on, biting, chewing, digesting the immortal. Urgask led the center strike. He did not hurl himself straight at the strongest point, because he was not a beast, no matter what the Silver Dead thought. He drove the first spearhead forward, let the Gauss pylons taste their advance, then pulled 3 cohorts aside with a pulse through the Waagh. The feigned retreat lasted only moments, but it was enough. Necron targeting logic shifted. Kill zones adjusted. Cryptek relays brightened as they committed to the false collapse. Then the ground under the Necron center erupted. Spore mines seeded through burrowing attack organisms burst beneath the phalanxes, showering the line in acid, shrapnel, fungal hooks, and psychic irritants. Weird boy strains in the walking towers screamed through their restraint masks, vomiting green lightning into the command nodes. Several died instantly, skulls bursting under the pressure, brains boiling out through their eye sockets in glowing ropes. Their deaths made the surge stronger. Their pain became static in the Necron signal web. Mech counter-frequency bursts followed. Dreg Magna's gun fortresses opened their side chambers and released waves of hammering sound, not heard in the ear, but felt in metal memory. Resurrection protocols faltered. Necron warriors trying to rebuild themselves reassembled wrong. Arms fused into ribs, heads locked backward, legs grew through torsos in silver knots. Scarabs devoured their own repairs in confusion. Urgask saw the gap. He drove through it. His war cohorts hit the Necron center like a god's fist through a tomb wall. Kill claws seized immortals and folded them in half. Chain cleavers screamed through living metal, showering sparks and molten silver. Shoulder cannons fired at point-blank range, blasting holes through phalanxes large enough for attack beasts to leap through. The Krorks did not merely kill. They desecrated. They tore faces from Necron skulls and hammered them onto their own armor while the metal still twitched. They pried glowing eyes from fallen nobles and pressed them into trophy sockets. They ripped war scythes from severed hands and used them until the weapons rejected them or exploded. Cruelty had been grown into them, but not as waste. Cruelty kept attention sharp. Cruelty made victory memorable. Cruelty taught the enemy that survival would be insult, not mercy. A Lich Guard came for Urgask through the crush, taller than the warriors, its body. Armored in layered necrodermis, its war scythe humming with an edge that did not belong wholly to this dimension. It moved with cold perfection, cutting down 3 Krorks before they could bring weapons to bear. One lost both legs and part of his pelvis, collapsing in a spray of black blood and torn organs. Another had his skull opened from tusk to crown, brain matter spilling hot across his face as he fell, still laughing. Urgask met the Lich Guard with his cleaver cannon. The first impact shook his arms to the shoulder. The second carved sparks from his chest plate. The third cut him open. The war scythe passed through armor, hide, muscle, and inner plating, splitting his abdomen from lower rib to hip. His secondary organs bulged out in a steaming mass, slick green-black, pulsing with their own offended rhythm. One slid free and slapped against his thigh on a rope of connective tissue. The Lich Guard stepped forward to finish him. Urgask laughed. He shoved the organs back inside with one hand, slammed his elbow against the wound to hold it shut, and drove the cannon mouth of his weapon into the Lich Guard's face. The shot detonated at contact. The Necron's head vanished in a burst of molten metal and green fire. Its body remained upright for a heartbeat. Urgask tore off the chest plate, ripped out the resurrection core inside, and bit through it. It tasted of lightning and dust. He spat the fragments onto the battlefield. Stay dead. Across the field, Akhmot-Kar watched. The Overlord's command protocols refined themselves. His voice passed through the Necron battle web, cold and precise as a blade laid upon a throat. The green beasts learn. Therefore, erase the learners first. Necron strategy shifted. Overlapping Gorse kill zones descended upon the largest Krork command forms. Pylons crossed their beams, creating grids of disassembly that stripped war leaders to bone in seconds. Scarab clouds abandoned general consumption and swarmed armor joints, crawling beneath plates, into wounds, through vents, under collars, biting through nerve bundles and command tissue. Transdimensional blades deployed from hidden dimensional folds, appearing inside the bodies of the largest war forms and cutting outward. One Krork beside Urgask opened from within as invisible edges sliced his organs into wet cubes. He remained standing until his spine realized it had been severed. Akhmot-Kar did not rage at the breach. He observed. He adapted. Urgask respected that more than he hated it. Dreg, he pulsed through the Waagh. Killed a clever shine. Dreg Magna's reply came as a burst of laughter, schematics, and profanity, too complex for spoken language. Mech cohorts redirected fire toward cryptek relay structures. Spore artillery launched shells that burst into clouds of conductive fungal chaff, sticking to floating Necron control nodes and turning their own energy fields against them. Weird Boy strains screamed themselves bloody, pushing interference into the command lattice until some Necron formations paused, not from fear, but from receiving contradictory orders with equal authority. Urgask drove deeper. He smelled the battle changing, not with his nose alone. Through the Waagh, through blood, through screams, through the pressure of enemy logic bending under green assault. He sensed weakness spreading from the central relays. He sensed kill zones becoming less perfect. He sensed the Necron resurrection net struggling beneath damage, insult, infection, and raw mass. He also sensed the old ones watching. Behind the webway shields, beyond the battle's immediate reach, their presences glittered like cold stars. They did not shout encouragement. They did not bleed with their warriors. They did not spend themselves in the line. They watched. They recorded. They adjusted. Their thoughts brushed the command collars when obedience required correction, but otherwise they let the battle devour the Krorks by the million. A whole reserve cohort waited behind Gate Ash Morrow, heavy assault forms bred for breakthrough work. Urgask felt them through the Waagh, restless, armed, ready. Their entry would crush the Necron flank. He sent the impulse for deployment. The gate remained closed. He sent again, harder. Pain burned around his collar, a warning from distant masters. Through the pressure of the Old One command net, he perceived the reason, not in words, but in data. Shapers were measuring morale collapse under isolation. They wanted to see how long a trapped spearhead could fight after supply severance, command disruption, and casualty saturation. Gate Ash Morrow sealed itself before 4 million Krorks could withdraw from an overextended breach pocket. Urgask saw them die. They fought behind the Necron lines for 6 brutal hours, surrounded by Gauss fire and scarab tides. They built barricades from silver corpses. They used severed Necron limbs as clubs when ammunition failed. They sang the Waagh through broken jaws and burning lungs. Their pain boys stapled the dying together into gun rests. Their mechs rebuilt broken weapons from enemy skulls and their own armor plates. They did not collapse. They did not beg. They did not understand abandonment until the last of them went down beneath a crawling sea of scarabs. The Old Ones recorded the data. Sufficient, came a thought from behind the shields. Something cracked inside Urgask. Not loyalty, not yet. Something older than loyalty and younger than hatred. The thought that commanders should stand where their orders bled. He turned his fury back to the Necrons, because the battle still demanded him, and because the collars still burned, and because the deathless were there to be broken. The final push shattered the tombfront. Krork gun fortresses crawled over the bodies of the dead and fired into the Necron rear structures until the horizon became a chain of collapsing green explosions. Attack beasts dragged monolith engines down by their corners and died beneath them, crushed into fountains of meat while their jaws remained locked. Weird Boy towers overloaded and burst, taking entire Necron blocks with them in storms of emerald warp fire. Spore artillery drowned resurrection grounds beneath fungal growth so thick that returning Necrons clawed their way up through living roots, only to be hacked apart again. Urgask reached the central command pylon with less than a third of his spearhead still standing. Akhmot-Kar was gone, withdrawn through a portal before the collapse. Urgask felt the cold arrogance of it and marked the absence for later. The Overlord had not fled like prey. He had preserved himself like a weapon. That too was learning. Urgask drove his cleaver cannon into the command pylon's base and fired every remaining shell in the weapon's spine. The pylon screamed in a language of metal and imprisoned light. It split from root to crown, green fire pouring from its wounds. The resurrection lattice across the plain flickered, failed, and died in sections. The Necron line came apart, not in panic, never panic, in silence. Units collapsed where control had been severed. Others withdrew in perfect order through monolith gates, taking with them as much of the war as they could salvage. Krorks pursued, cutting down the slow, the damaged, and the trapped, roaring triumph as silver bodies broke beneath their boots. Victory came at obscene cost. The battlefield was no longer a plain. It was a continent of severed limbs, broken armor, boiling fungus, cooling plasma, and metal corpses still trying to repair themselves beneath mountains of dead. Krork bodies lay in green heaps, some still laughing with half their faces gone, some crawling toward enemies with no legs, some already splitting open to seed the ground. Necron fragments twitched in the gore, fingers scraping through blood mud, eyes glowing under piles of entrails. Scarabs chewed in blind circles until attack beasts ate them. The air stank of hot metal, fungus, ruptured organs, burned nerve tissue, and the sweet chemical reek of Old One sterilizing fields. The Krorks cheered. The Waagh shook the dead world. Urgask stood amid the ruin, one hand holding his abdomen closed, the other raising his weapon toward the blackened sky. His armor was covered in necrodermis trophies and drying blood. His collar pulsed, his hearts hammered. Around him, his brothers roared not because they had survived, but because the enemy had not survived enough. Beyond the webway shields, the Old Ones entered the field, not to mourn, not to praise, to harvest. Their attendants moved among the corpses with collection blades and sample vessels. They cut tissue from fallen Krorks. They extracted damaged organs still trying to heal. They took skull sections from those who had resisted Gauss dissolution longest. They gathered fungal mats from blood pools. One paused beside a dying war leader whose lower body had been erased. The Krork reached for the old one, not in plea, but in rage. The attendant removed his brain while he still snarled. Shallax Moore watched from above the killing ground. Urgask looked up at him through smoke and ash. The old one inclined his head, as if acknowledging a useful result. Urgask did not bow. Beneath the battlefield, far below the crust, fractured by Gauss fire, plasma shells, and the tread of billions, something answered the violence. It woke slowly, like hunger remembering its name. The dead world's core pulsed once. The Necron ruins fell silent. The sun above the tombfront flickered, its light bending inward as though swallowed by an unseen mouth. Shadows lengthened across the fields of corpses. The cheers of the Krorks faded, one by one, not from fear, but from the instinctive knowledge that a larger enemy had entered the war. Urgask tasted starfire turning rotten in the air. Deep below, a Citan shard opened its eyes. The sun went black. Kelithron had sung the deaths of stars before he had ever watched a Krork laugh. He had stood upon the bone-white decks of Eldari war vessels while suns guttered beneath Old One command, and he had given those endings shape with his voice. He had sung the bright blades of his kin through webway gates, sung courage into warriors whose souls burned too fiercely for their own flesh, sung mourning over worlds turned to glass by deathless machines and star gods that wore hunger as divinity. He had believed, as all his kind were made to believe, that beauty could be a weapon sharper than hatred. Then he saw the Krorks enter the webway artery, and the song in his throat became ash. They came behind the Eldari host, like a continent learning to walk. Massive green bodies encased in iron, bone, and living armor. Tusks wet with anticipation. Weapons snarling with reactor heat, chain teeth, gravitic distortion, and some deeper force born from the pressure of their collective minds. Their footfalls shook the damaged path. Their laughter struck the wraithbone ribs of the tunnel and made them bleed pale light. Kelithron stood upon the prow of his grav tank, one hand resting upon the spirit-grown frame, the other gripping his long, singing spear. His armor was smooth, pale, and fitted close to the lines of his body, rune plates shifting with each breath. Gems along his helm caught the webway's broken radiance and cast it in fragments across his face. Around him, Eldari warriors moved like blades drawn through water, silent, exact, beautiful. Their psychic lances hummed, their curved rifles whispered, their war masks hid fear beneath discipline and arrogance. The Krorks did not hide anything. They stank of blood, fungus, hot metal, and joy. Urgask Korag strode at their head, taller than a siege tower, his cleaver cannon resting against one shoulder. His armor was painted with Necron faces, still twitching in their hammered sockets. One of those stolen metal faces blinked emerald light, as if offended by its new place among trophies. Urgask had been cut open in the last battle. Kelithron could still see the new stitching across the giant's abdomen, iron staples the length of swords biting into green flesh. The wound steamed. It had not slowed him. It seemed to have improved his mood. "You singing again, Bright Knife?" Urgask rumbled. Kelithron did not look at him at first. "I am aligning the host through harmonic discipline. It is not singing for your amusement." "Sounds like singing. To a stone, all music is noise." Urgask grinned. "To a dead thing, all blades are pretty." The Eldari warriors nearest Kelithron stiffened. Several shifted their weapons by a fraction. The Krorks behind Urgask noticed and laughed, low and hungry. The sound rolled through the damaged passage and stirred green sparks in the air. Kelithron looked at the Krork war leader then. He had seen monsters. He had slain engineered horrors in the nursery wars of the Old Ones, beasts bred to poison moons, or crack fortresses with their jaws. Urgask was worse because he understood insult, worse because his brutality was not ignorance, it was preference. "You are shackled storms," Lethon said. "Loud, devastating, and convinced destruction is purpose." Urgask's grin widened. Better a storm than a knife too pretty to get dirty. The webway groaned before Lethon could answer. Ahead, the artery narrowed into a wound. Once, this passage had been seamless, a hidden road between stars, its walls formed from psychic architecture and impossible mathematics, its distances folded under Old One mastery. Now it was split along its length. Cracks spread through the pale substance like fractures in bone. Beyond those cracks waited colors that had no right to exist. Some openings showed void. Some showed battlefields burning under alien skies. Some showed the same corridor from above, below, and behind, all at once. Light ran from the wounds in slow streams, thick and bright as blood. At the far end of the artery, the Necron breach engine dug into reality. It was vast, angular, and obscene. A black construct of living metal and captive singularities, half embedded in the webway wall, half outside the universe, rotating through dimensions as Cryptex fed it with equations and sacrificial stars. Its outer hull bristled with gas veins and translocation spines. Scarab swarms crawled over it in silver sheets. Each rotation of the engine drove its talons deeper into the hidden road. Each pulse widened the wound. If it finished its work, the webway would no longer be sanctuary. It would become a slaughter corridor, and the deathless would march through paradise with Gauss flayers raised. Shallax Moore's voice entered every mind in the assault host, serene and absolute. The breach engine must be denied completion. Eldari seers will restore path geometry. Jokaero artisans will stabilize dimensional load. Krork assault strains will hold the wound under direct pressure until repair is complete. Lethon tasted the shape of the order and felt unease move beneath his ribs. Hold the wound, not hold the enemy. The distinction mattered. Eldari grav tanks surged forward first, gliding above the broken path with impossible grace. Their hulls shimmered with runes. Bright lances spat beams of coherent sunfire into the scarab clouds, burning metallic locusts into falling rain. War singers, Lethon among them, wove psychic harmonies that turned their host aside from predicted fire lanes. Ambush cohorts slipped through side veins in the webway, appearing behind Necron warrior ranks, with blades already descending. The Eldari struck like surgery, every movement chosen, every death placed. Then the Krorks charged. The artery shook, as if struck by orbital bombardment. Urgask's spearhead thundered past the Eldari line, weapons roaring, attack beasts snarling at their heels. They crashed into the first Necron phalanx with the force of a collapsing mountain. Chain cleavers screamed through living metal. Gravitic claws folded warriors into crushed silver knots. Plasma throaters washed the walls in white-green flame, careless of what else burned. The alliance worked because both methods were murder. It suffered because both sides could see no wisdom in the other. Lethon's spear sang as he hurled it. The weapon passed through a Necron immortal's skull, severed the command spine behind it, and returned to his hand trailing emerald sparks. Beside him, a Krork fired a shoulder cannon down the same corridor, blowing apart the next 10 deathless warriors and 3 Eldari who had moved too close to the kill path. The Krork laughed until Lethon's mind touched his and drove a shard of psychic warning behind his eyes. The giant turned, bleeding from one nostril. "Do that again, Bright Knife. Kill with aim, brute. Stand somewhere smarter." The webway folded sideways. A squad of Eldari warriors vanished into a fracture and returned a heartbeat later, fused with their own shadows. Their bodies staggered from the wall, limbs flattened into black silhouettes that still screamed. One tried to lift his rifle and found his arm joined to the darkness behind him. A scarab swarm washed over them before Lethon could grant release. The scarabs chewed through wraithbone, flesh, and shadow alike, leaving scraps of meat pinned to impossible angles. Necron warriors began phasing through the fractured tunnels, not walking, appearing half inside the walls, half outside them, dragging their bodies through damaged geometry with hideous patience. Some emerged wrong, their limbs stretched too long, their skulls duplicated, their torsos filled with webway light. It did not matter. They fired anyway. Gauss beams flensed Eldari from the inside, out, turning elegant bodies into red mist and bone dust. Krorks caught the beams and kept advancing until their hands disintegrated around their weapons. Scarabs reached Urgask's line. They poured over the Krorks like liquid knives, entering armor joints, wounds, mouths, eyes, and command collars. One giant tore open his own cheek to rip a cluster from inside his jaw. Another plunged both hands into his belly and dragged out a writhing silver mass tangled around his intestines. He bit it in half, swallowed part, and used the rest to bludgeon a Necron warrior. Painboy strains followed the front, laughing through their tusks as they cut away infected flesh, stapled armor plates over exposed organs, and hammered living warriors back into usefulness. Kelithron sang harder. His voice rose through the artery, joined by other war singers and seers, weaving the wounded path back toward coherence. The song was a lattice of command, grief, and calculation. Jokaero technomancers moved among the fractures with unsettling calm, their simian forms glittering with tools that unfolded from bracelets, teeth, and fingers. They patched reality with devices too complex to name, sealing tears with loops of light and knots of matter. The breach widened despite them. The Necron engine pulsed. The wall of the webway split open, revealing an abyss of black geometries beyond. The wound pulled at everything. Corpses slid toward it. Loose weapons spun away. Scarabs flowed into it and returned as flattened silver ribbons. A Krork lost his footing and fell sideways into impossible distance, screaming with fury rather than terror, until he came back through the ceiling as a rain of severed meat, still trying to punch something. Shallax Moore's command descended. Krork cohorts, enter the wound, stabilized by mass, psychic resonance, and regenerative bind. Maintain consciousness until seal integrity is restored. Kelithron's song faltered. Urgask heard it too. The Krork war leader turned toward the unseen masters beyond the shielded command path. You mean bodies? Correct, said Shallax Moore. The Old One's voice contained no shame. Urgask stared at the wound. It was large enough to swallow fortresses. Its edges tore at sight. It needed mass. It needed psychic pressure. It needed living matter capable of healing while being destroyed. It needed Krorks. Do it, Urgask growled. The ordered cohorts went without hesitation. Tens of thousands of Krorks hurled themselves into the collapsing webway wound. The first ranks were torn apart instantly, bodies stretched into green strands, and armor plates flattened into sheets. The second rank slammed into them and held. The third drove hooks into the first two. The fourth brought chains. Painboy strains clambered over the living barricade, cutting, stapling, welding, grafting. They opened torsos and pumped fungal growth stimulants directly into hearts. They nailed shoulder plates to skulls. They wired nervous systems into the breach matrix with copper rods and bone spikes. They fed spore slurry into severed mouths and forced the dying to keep growing. The wall became alive. It screamed. The sound was beyond cruelty. It was structural. Krork bodies crushed together, regenerating and rupturing, their psychic field burning green against the breach. Flesh became mortar. Armor became ribbing. Blood became sealant. Those at the outer layer died again and again in pieces, their bodies trying to heal faster than reality could erase them. Painboys moved along the surface, chopping off useless limbs, spiking twitching brains into resonant sockets, and hammering screaming heads into place where the psychic pressure needed strengthening. Shallax Moore observed from behind a shield of captive dawn. Adaptive sacrifice successful, he said. Kelithron nearly lost the song, not because the Krorks screamed, He had heard screams beyond counting, not because the old ones spent lives. War was expenditure. He knew this. He had sung warriors to glorious deaths and called it necessary. It was the tone, adaptive sacrifice, as if those crushed bodies were a clever bridge, as if screams were merely load-bearing, as if courage and torment were materials to be weighed, applied, and recorded. He looked at his own seers then, beautiful and bright, their hands raised as they restored the path under Old One command. He saw them as the Old Ones must see them, not children, not allies, not beloved creations, elegant instruments, blades with songs in them, branches to be pruned when fruit failed. If the webway demanded Eldari souls next, the order would come in gentler words, wrapped in poetry, but the knife would fall the same. The Old Ones were not parents, they were gardeners, and gardens grew rich on buried dead. "Bright knife," Urgask said. Kelithron turned. The Krork war leader stood at the edge of the breach engine's access spine, surrounded by his remaining assault giants. His abdomen stitches had burst open again. A pain boy was nailing a fresh plate over the wound, while Urgask ignored him. "We go in," he said. "You keep singing. Make sure the road don't eat us before the shiny heart does. You will die inside that engine. Everything dies somewhere. That is not wisdom. No, it's direction." Kelithron held his gaze for a moment. The contempt remained. So did the horror. But beneath them was something he did not wish to name. Respect, perhaps. A dangerous beginning. "Then go, Storm," Kelithron said. "Fall where you are aimed." Urgask laughed, and the assault began. The Krorks boarded the breach engine through a wound their own artillery tore into its rotating hull. The first to enter were sliced apart by dimensional shear, their bodies reduced to spinning chunks that splashed against the inner walls. The next wave adjusted. Mech strains drove anchor spikes through reality locks. Weird Boy strains screamed green fire into the engine's phase gears. Urgask led the third wave through, smashing a cryptek into the floor before the thing could finish calculating his angle of approach. Inside, the engine was a cathedral of dead mathematics. Crypteks moved through floating equations. Necron warriors hung from repair racks like silver corpses awaiting murder. Gravity changed with every step. Corridors bent into impossible spirals. Scarabs covered the walls in glittering carpets. Urgask's spearhead turned the interior into a slaughterhouse. They crushed crypteks beneath gravitic claws, ripped control rods from living metal sockets, and jammed screaming Weird Boy heads into power conduits to overload them. A Krork lost his lower body to a trans-dimensional blade and dragged himself forward on his fists until he reached a control node, biting through it before Gauss fire erased his skull. At the engine's heart burned a captured star core, compressed into a black cage of Necron artifice. Dreg Magna saw it and howled with delight. "That's the bit." Urgask seized the cage with both hands. The star core fought him. It burned through his palms, turned flesh to steam, blackened bone, and filled his armor with boiling blood. He did not release it. Dreg Magna and the mech strains slammed counterhooks into the cage. Pain Boys injected Urgask with stimulants that would have killed lesser giants. Weird Boys poured Waagh pressure through his spine until his command collar smoked. Together, they rammed the captured star into the breach engine's heart. The machine screamed. Outside, Kelithron's song became a blade drawn across the throat of reality. The Eldari seers held the webway geometry together as the Necron engine convulsed. The living Krork wall roared through its agony. Jokairo devices flashed and locked. The breach began to close. The explosion did not produce fire as mortal minds understood it. It turned a sector of the webway into molten ghosts. Necron architecture dissolved into screaming light. Scarabs became silver smoke. Krork bodies inside the engine were cast as shadows across every wall of the artery, then peeled away in green flame. Some returned as echoes, still laughing, still fighting, their shapes running along the webway like memories of violence. Urgask emerged last, or something like him did, thrown from the collapsing engine with half his armor gone and one arm burned to the bone. He struck the path hard enough to crack it. Pain boys swarmed him at once. He shoved them away until he could stand. The breach sealed, not cleanly. Nothing in that place would ever be clean again. The webway wall closed over the living Krork barricade, swallowing their bodies, their armor, their nailed brains, their screaming mouths. The last Lethon saw of them was a forest of green hands gripping the edge of reality, holding until the final seam shut. Then there was silence. No, not silence. Deep within the sealed wound, the trapped Krorks continued chanting. Their voices carried through the hidden road, muffled by impossible distance, sustained by pain, rage, and the brutal communion of the Waagh. They had no bodies fit for war now. They had no battlefield, no enemy within reach. Still they chanted, and the webway carried the sound onward through secret arteries older than civilizations. Lethon lowered his spear. His song died in his throat. Far beyond sight, beyond the sealed wound, beyond the Old One's maps, something in the warp stirred at the echo. It listened, and in the dark sea of souls, something answered. Akmot-Ka watched the system die with the patience of a monarch who had forgotten the shape of breath. The star had been chained, not by iron nor by gravity alone, but by engines raised in the cold void around it, black geometries of Necron craft arranged in impossible harmony. Tomb ships drifted in great silent arcs. Pylons drank radiation and returned it as spears. Canoptek swarms crawled across orbital plates, repairing damage before it became history. Beneath them, the inner worlds cracked under the attentions of the star gods. The first planet broke like bone beneath a hammer. Its crust split along continental fault lines as gravitic hooks pulled in opposition.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Oceans rose from their basins and became clouds of boiling vapor. Mountain ranges folded into trenches full of fire. Cities belonging to one of the Old One's servant species vanished under fields of black pressure, their towers pressed flat, their populations reduced to red paste beneath collapsing architecture. The screams did not reach the void. Akmot-Ka received them as telemetry, as pressure spikes, as atmospheric impurities, as heat. The second planet was opened for consumption. The Citan did not conquer. They fed. A shard of burning hunger descended through the cloud cover and drew the life from the biosphere in a widening circle of ash. Forests turned white, then grey, then powder. Herd beasts fell in waves, their flesh tightening over bones before the bones themselves crumbled. Rivers thickened with dead things. The planet's psychic noise faded until only the crackling satisfaction of the star god remained. Star forts tumbled into gravity wells. Old One refugee fleets burned in silence, their hulls pierced by Necron lances before they could reach the webway evacuation gates. Akmot-Ka saw one vessel crowded with living creatures try to flee behind a screen of Eldari escorts. The escorts fought with grace, their bright weapons cutting elegant scars through the dark. It did not matter. A tomb ship opened its dorsal array, and the refugee vessel became a brief expanding flower of frozen corpses, broken decks, and atmosphere glittering in the void like scattered glass. Akmot-Ka stood upon the command dais of the sepulchral dominion, his war scythe grounded beside him, his metal hands folded over its haft. Around him, cryptex murmured in cold machine pulses. Dynastic lords watched through green fire. None spoke unless required. None wasted movement. None recoiled from the destruction. Then the Nightbringer manifested. It did not arrive as flesh. It did not descend as a crowned god demanding worship. The light around the star simply failed to remember how to be light. Shadows lengthened across the void, where no surface existed to cast them. The chained sun bent inward, its radiance curving around a shape that was not there and yet ruled all sight. A wound opened in brightness. Within it stood the idea of an ending. The shard took form above the third world, tall beyond scale, skeletal, but not made of bone, cloaked, but not in fabric. It held a scythe that was not metal, not energy, not matter as the living understood it. The blade was certainty. The edge was the line every creature crossed alone. Around the Nightbringer, life remembered mortality. Akhmot-Ka felt nothing in his chest. There was no chest to tighten, no lungs to stop, no heart to betray him. Yet even through necrodermis, command protocols, and the cold aristocracy of soulless eternity, an echo passed across his mind. It was not fear. Fear had died in the furnace temples with his flesh. It was recognition, a ghost kneeling before the throne of its executioner. Across the system, biological armies collapsed. The Eldari held longest. Akhmot-Ka noted that with some distaste and more interest. Their war hosts had been arrayed upon the orbital plates surrounding the Third World, pale armor shining, grav tanks gliding in disciplined arcs, psychic lances raised in defiance. When the Nightbringer's shadow fell across them, their songs faltered. War masks hid their faces, but not their souls. Their formations bent. Some remained standing through discipline and arrogance, blades shaking in their hands. Others staggered as visions of their own deaths flooded them. Akhmot-Ka watched one spear-bearer lower his weapon and press both hands to his helm as if trying to hold his mind inside his skull. The lesser creations broke completely. A scaled infantry host, bred for vacuum war, tore open their own sealed collars, choosing suffocation over the image pressing into their minds. A winged species that had never known ground predators folded itself into the dust and begged in shrill, ultrasonic voices. Armored giants from a molten world dropped their weapons and clawed at their own eyes until the vitreous jelly ran down their faces. One entire regiment turned upon itself, not from command corruption, but because each warrior saw death wearing the faces of his brothers and struck first. The Nightbringer moved one hand. A city died, not by impact, not by flame. Its inhabitants aged in a single breath. Flesh sagged from bones. Bones yellowed, cracked, and fell into powder. Infants became dry husks in the arms of corpses. Soldiers collapsed in their armor, leaving only dust and teeth. The buildings remained standing, filled with the soft grey residue of a population that had learned the final lesson too quickly. The Citan was not merely killing bodies. It was engraving mortality into the instincts of species. Akhmot-Ka understood the strategic value. No biological line that survived this war would be free of the memory. Fear would seed itself in their descendants. Death would become a god, hidden under the skin. Then the webway split open above the Fourth World, and the Krorks arrived. Their moon fortresses came first, ugly masses of armored stone, iron growth, fungus, and engines, hurled through reality wounds with obscene confidence. They smashed into the orbital war zone, retro thrusters howling, spore shields burning under Necron fire. From their flanks launched boarding torpedoes shaped like tusks and bullets, each one packed with giant bodies and violent intent. They punched into tomb ships, into star forts, into orbital plates, into anything large enough to promise a fight. Behind the fortresses came the war fleets, gun hulks, spore barges, siege arcs grown around captured asteroids, walking landers that struck planetary crust and unfolded into fortifications before the dust settled. Billions of Krorks deployed beneath a sky already bruised by Citan energy storms, and their war cry rose into the void through psychic resonance and savage joy. The death aura struck them. Akhmot-Ka expected disruption. Perhaps not rout, for the green war forms had proven resilient, but at least hesitation. A pause. A measurable instinctive recoil before the shape of extinction. Instead, the Krorks became excited. Urgask Korag, strode from the largest moon fortress upon a bridge of falling debris, surrounded by his war leaders, mech strains, painboy butchers, and chained weird boys burning with green fire. The Nightbringer's shadow washed over him, his armor blackened at the edges. The trophies hammered onto his chest writhed and screamed in stolen Necron silence. Around him, lesser biological creatures were clawing out their own eyes. Urgask looked up at the star god and laughed. He laughed until one of his tusks cracked down the middle. "That one's big," he roared, loud enough that even Akhmot-Kar's distant receivers caught the sound through the war static. "Means it dies loud." The Krorks charged. The battle became a wound across orbit and atmosphere alike. Necron tomb fleets rotated into firing formation, their lances carving through moon fortresses and turning green armies into burning rain. Krork fortresses answered with macro-cannon broadsides, spore torpedoes, and psycho-reactive shells that burst against living metal with impossible force. Solar flares, seized and shaped by Citan power, lashed across the void as spears of incandescent plasma. One flare impaled an entire Krork gun moon, punching through its core and blasting its far side outward in a storm of molten iron, green bodies, and fungal fire. The wreckage kept firing until it hit the atmosphere. Orbital plates became battlefields. Necron warriors stood in perfect ranks upon black metal causeways, firing gorse volleys into charging giants. Krork boarding torpedoes punched into their rear positions like fungal bullets, rupturing open to disgorge warbands that butchered through silent corridors. In one tomb ship, Akhmot-Kar watched internal feeds as Krorks tore apart immortal phalanxes in confined halls, ripping limbs free, crushing skulls, smashing resurrection nodes with captured war scythes. Gauss beams flayed them in return. Bodies became skeletons, then ash, then spores, and still the survivors advanced over the remains of their brothers. On the Fourth World's surface, the Nightbringer lowered its scythe. Darkness cut through the Krork army. Thousands died with a gesture. Their bodies aged, rotted, and collapsed into slime in heartbeats. Muscles sagged from bones. Armor fell from bodies that had become liquid beneath it. Tusks loosened and clattered to the ground. Brains boiled inside skulls, then poured steaming from eye sockets. Entire assault cohorts dissolved into green swamps of ruptured organs, crushed teeth, exposed spinal columns, and liquefied meat. Still they charged. Krorks ran through the remains of those before them, boots sinking into their brothers' melted flesh. Some slipped, fell, rose again coated in organ slime, and laughed harder. Painboys dragged half-dead warriors from the rot and hammered stimulants into their hearts until they rose screaming. Weird boy strains exploded under the god shadow, their skulls bursting in green storms that killed Krork and Necron alike. Mech strains drove stolen blackstone rods into the ground, their crude-looking arrays humming with counter-frequencies learned from ruined tombs and improved by brutal intuition. Urgask understood he could not kill the Nightbringer. Akhmot-Kar saw that he understood. That was what made the assault worthy of study. The Krork war leader did not charge from ignorance. His attack was tactical madness, and madness with purpose was not madness at all. He drove directly toward the Citan projection with his largest surviving warforms, not to destroy it, but to demand its attention. He made himself an insult large enough that the star god would answer. The Nightbringer did. Its scythe passed through Urgask's vanguard. Giants rotted as they ran. One reached the Citan's shadow with both arms gone, ribs exposed, organs turned grey and sloughing from his torso. He headbutted the darkness before collapsing into slime. Another fired his shoulder cannon until his fingers fell from his hands and the weapon dropped, still discharging, as his body became a mound of steaming fungus and bones. Urgask reached the edge of the projection. His armor aged in a breath. Plates cracked, tubes burst, his skin split across his chest and arms. One side of his face withered down to exposed bone, the eye in that socket boiling dry. He kept going, His cleaver cannon came up, and he fired directly into the god shadow. The shot vanished. The Nightbringer looked at him. That was all the opening the mech strains required. Across the battlefield, Blackstone disruptors awoke. They were stolen from Necron ruins, rebuilt with Krork arrogance, wired through fungal nerve clusters, and powered by reactors that should have overloaded before ignition. They did not work by Necron principles anymore. They worked because the mechs had bullied them into a new kind of usefulness. A ring of black pulses struck the Citan projection, not destroying it, but breaking its coherence for a fraction of a cycle. The Nightbringer's form flickered, its shadow stuttered. For the first time that battle, its harvest paused. Akhmot Kar's hands tightened around the haft of his war scythe. Respect did not come easily to him. Admiration did not come at all. The Krorks were beasts in form, abominations in purpose, weapons grown by arrogant cowards who had mistaken creation for wisdom. Yet the calculation was undeniable. A species without fear of death could not be routed. A species that grew stronger in war could not be contained by ordinary attrition. A species whose corpses seeded future armies turned every battlefield into a breeding ground. The Old Ones had built more than soldiers. They had built a strategic infection of violence. Akhmot Kar opened a command channel to the dynastic fleet. Reprioritize. The response came in cold pulses from subordinate lords. State target hierarchy. All identified spawning worlds. All fungal biospheres. All gestation caverns. All green strain production sanctums. A pause of machine thought. Current engagement priority is Citan support and Old One Gate denial. Incorrect, Akhmot Kar said. The green strain is no longer auxiliary. It is a self-propagating war engine. Destroy its roots, sterilize its soils, burn worlds down to mantle if required. By your command, Overlord. On the far side of the system, Old One action followed Necron conclusion with sickening speed. The Vat worlds were overfed. Akhmot Kar saw it through intercepted data ghosts and battlefield result. Krork reinforcements began arriving larger, denser, less restrained. Growth cycles shortened. Armor bonded rougher and deeper. Pain governors were removed. Command collars burned brighter. Entire new cohorts came from the webway still wet from their womb pods. Hands already closing around weapons. Brains stuffed with war knowledge and raw aggression. Some were malformed by haste, with uneven limbs, exposed nerve ridges, too many teeth, too much muscle packed over unstable skeletons. It did not stop them. Often, it made them worse. The Old Ones had chosen immediate survival over future control. That, too, Akhmot Kar understood. Desperation stripped philosophy from every species. Beneath wisdom, beneath nobility, beneath claims of guardianship, there was always the same impulse. Endure, at any cost. The Nightbringer withdrew before the system was fully taken. Not defeated, never defeated, disrupted. Its projection recoiled from the Blackstone lattice and the psychic pressure of the Waagh, its scythe cutting one last crescent of death across the battlefield before its form collapsed into a wound of darkness and returned toward the chained star. The planets remained broken. The fleets remained burning. The dead remained beyond counting. Yet the Krorks roared as if they had slain a god. Their Waagh rolled through the system, obscene with triumph. Urgask stood amid a swamp of green corpses and liquefied organs, half his body withered, one tusk cracked, armor smoking, and raised his weapon toward the blackened sky. Around him, his warriors hammered their fists against their chest plates and bellowed victory until blood ran from their mouths. Akhmot Kar watched him through orbital fire. The Krork knew. The Overlord could see it in the giant's posture, in the way he did not turn his back on the place where the Nightbringer had vanished. Urgask let his armies celebrate because warriors required the taste of victory. But he knew the Star God had not died. He knew the thing had merely been forced to look elsewhere. He knew, perhaps, something more dangerous still. He knew the Old Ones were afraid of what they had made. In a sealed command sanctum far from the front, Shallax Moore received the same truth beneath softer light. His attendants displayed growth data, casualty endurance metrics, fear nullification records, pain response removal results, and Waagh resonance expansion curves. The projections filled the chamber with green lines climbing beyond intended limits. Around him, other Old One presences shimmered in uneasy silence. "The strain exceeds containment predictions," said Ilmatar Kai. "It exceeds enemy predictions," Shallax Moore replied. "That is not reassurance. No, it is survival. If they endure beyond the war, they will not accept stillness." Shallax Moore watched an image of Urgask laughing beneath the Nightbringer's shadow. "No," he said, "they will not." Another projection brightened. Then the fail condition must be prepared. For a long moment, Shallax Moore was silent. The gardens beyond the sanctum wall breathed. The vats below churned. In distant systems, Krorks died by the million and grew by the billion. They had been made to break deathless armies. They had been made to laugh at gods. They had been made too well. Shallax Moore lifted one hand. "Authorize protocol Gaz Null." The chamber stilled. Ilmatar Kai's voice dimmed. "That will not kill them cleanly. It is not designed to kill. It will collapse higher cognition across surviving strains if command withdrawal occurs." "If the weapon outlives the war," Shallax Moore said, serene, "as a knife entering the spine, then the weapon must forget what it is." Beyond the sanctum, another generation of Krorks tore free from their womb pods, larger than the last, stronger than intended, laughing before they had names. The static began inside the joy. Urgask Korag first heard it after the Nightbringer's shadow had passed from the war front and left whole continents stinking of liquefied meat, scorched fungus, and old death. The Krorks had roared until the skies trembled. They had dragged Necron bodies into trophy heaps, nailed twitching silver faces onto their armor, and fed broken necrodermis limbs into the mouths of attack beasts that died vomiting sparks. Painboy strains had walked among the wounded with saws, hooks, injector spikes, and fistfuls of iron staples, laughing as they hammered warriors back into shape. Mech strains had stripped Blackstone from enemy ruins and argued by punching one another through walls. It should have been pure. The Waagh was meant to rise clean after victory. Green pressure under the skull, brother rage, the shared taste of blood, heat, triumph, injury, appetite, and readiness for the next kill. It bound billions without making them slaves to one mind. It made every giant sharper. It was the thunder beneath thought. But beneath that thunder, Urgask heard a second rhythm. Not Necron signal. Necron command was cold, precise, angular, like blades scraping across crystal. This was older. This was inside. He stood upon a ridge of dead metal overlooking the corpse plain of Varkal's third moon, one hand resting against the haft of his cleaver cannon, the other pressed to the command collar grown through the ridges of his neck. The battlefield below was still moving. Krork bodies that had died badly were splitting open to seed the ash. Scarabs trapped beneath piles of meat chewed until spores clogged their mandibles. Broken warriors dragged themselves toward failed resurrection nodes and were smashed flat by laughing Krorks, too wounded to stand. The Waagh swelled around him. Then the static cut through it again, a pressure pattern, a pulse of buried instruction, a hook dressed as instinct. Obey, advance, expend, rejoice. Urgask's tusks ground together until flakes of ivory fell onto his chest plate. He listened deeper. The static did not command his hands, not directly. It hid beneath wanting, beneath the pleasure of war, beneath the heat that rose in his heart when an enemy line broke, beneath the brutal satisfaction of seeing his brothers surge forward as one. It was not a chain around the wrist. It was a chain beneath the skull, woven into the place where desire was born. The Krorks had been made to love war, not because love was noble, because love was more reliable than discipline. A shell impact flared in the distance, where mech strains were testing captured Necron charges on dead bodies. Krorks cheered as a corpse pile became a rain of limbs and wet green chunks. The sound rolled through the Waagh, joyous and huge. The static moved inside that too. Urgask snarled. Dregmagna found the first hard proof while repairing the war leader's command armor. The mech strain worked inside a mobile forge cathedral, dragged across the battlefield by chained attack beasts. It was less a workshop than a moving wound in the moon's crust. All heat, hammers, bone cranes, molten metal, and roaring engines. Captured Necron power cores hung from hooks, still alive enough to hate. Blackstone rods were clamped in fungal insulation. Dead cryptek parts clicked in jars, trying to assemble themselves into curses. Krork armor plates lay in stacks as high as fortress walls, some grown, some forged, some looted, all waiting to be made louder and harder. Urgask stood bare from the waist up, while Dregmagna cut damaged symbiotic plating from his shoulders. The mech's hands moved with obscene precision, thick fingers manipulating tools too delicate for any lesser creature to hold. Sparks rained over Urgask's chest. Blood ran down his ribs, where the armor had grown too deep into living tissue. "You hear it?" Urgask asked. Dregmagna did not look up. "Hear lots, engines, teeth, dead shiny gits trying to whisper from me jars. Your armor complaining 'cause you keep getting carved open." "The static." The mech paused. That was answer enough. Dregmagna drove a hooked probe into a nerve socket near Urgask's spine. Pain flashed white. The command collar pulsed once, offended. Dregmagna's grin vanished. His eyes narrowed behind welding lenses grown into his brow. "Dat ain't battle noise." "No." "Dat ain't enemy noise." "No." The mech pulled the probe free. It came out trailing green nerve slime and a thread of gold filament finer than hair. The filament writhed like a living worm, then tried to retreat back into the wound. Dregmagna trapped it under a claw tip and burned it with a spark torch. It screamed in a pitch too high for ears. Around the forge, several weapons misfired. A chained Necron core flared, then went dark. Dregmagna stared at the burned filament. "Old one work," he said. Urgask said nothing. The mech dragged him deeper into the forge, past racks of armor, over puddles of coolant and blood, to a slab where he had spread pieces of dead Krorks. Not enemies, brothers, war leaders, weird boy strain corpses, pain boy brain tissue, spore clusters taken from spawning fields, all cut, pinned, wired, and opened. Dregmagna had not asked permission. Mech strains did not ask permission from flesh when truth was hiding inside it. The table stank of cauterized meat and fungus. Dregmagna gestured with a wrench made from a Necron thigh bone. "Look." Urgask looked. He saw meat first, then pattern, then insult. The genome was not a clean war engine. It was a prison made of appetites. Buried among the growth codes, spore directives, command instincts, and Waagh resonance nodes were locked sequences that did not serve battle. Intelligence throttles, waiting like concealed blades. Aggression loops designed to swell until thought drowned in appetite. Spore corruption triggers that could turn disciplined inheritance into crude reproduction. Obedience scars written not into training, but into flesh before birth. Dregmagna tapped a section of exposed brain tissue. It spasmed under the tool. "Dis bit makes a boss think quick." He tapped another. The tissue blackened. "Dis bit can make him stop thinking quick." Another strike. A pulse ran through the table, and half the dead samples twitched in answer. "Dis bit makes us love to fight." His voice went lower. "Dis bit means someone else can twist what love points at." Urgask felt the forge shrink around him. He had known chains. He had felt the collars burn. He had understood command. He had accepted those things as the shape of war for a time, because the enemy was real and the deathless needed breaking. But this was not command. This was designed for betrayal. "They never meant us to stand after," Dregmagna said. Never meant us to build when fighting stopped. Never meant us to remember straight. We win, then we get made less. Loud, hungry, stupid enough to keep killing, but not clever enough to ask who pointed us. The mech spat onto the slab. The saliva smoked where it touched a living gold thread. Urgask's hand closed around the edge of the table. The stone cracked. Dead meat slid into the fissure. "Show me where he is." Dregmagna grinned again, but there was no humor in it. The Bio-Command Cathedral of Shallax Moore rose from the heart of the spawning continent, grown from pale root, translucent bone, and veins of warm light. Armies slept in its walls. That was the first thing Urgask noticed as he entered. Behind membranes of crystal flesh, Krork embryos turned in their pods. Some were full-grown and waiting for the command to wake. Others were half-formed, only skull, spine, fists, and hearts. Rivers of nutrient sludge moved beneath glass floors, thick with ground bone and iron. The air was sweet with growth and surgical poison. Old One attendants drifted between the pod walls, adjusting lives with gestures. They did not look at Urgask as he entered. They looked only when his guards smashed 2 of them into the floor. The first attendant burst like a sack of light and organs beneath a Krork fist. The second tried to speak a restraint phrase and was cut in half by a chain cleaver before the first syllable finished. Alarms did not sound. The cathedral merely brightened, as if irritation had become architecture. Shallax Moore waited at the central dais. He stood before a living map of the war, serene, robed in pale radiance, hands folded behind his back. Around him, projection ghosts of other Old Ones flickered and withdrew. None wished to be present in the same room as the weapon that had begun to understand its maker. Urgask strode across the glass floor. Each step cracked it. Beneath him, unborn Krorks shifted in the nutrient river, reacting to the pressure of his rage through the Waagh. His collar burned. He ignored it. Shallax Moore watched him approach with the same calm he gave to growing cells and dying prisoners. "Your armor remains damaged," the Old One said. "You should return to repair discipline." Urgask stopped before him, towering high enough that the Old One's light spilled across his abdomen scars and blackened chest plates. "You put leashes in our skulls." "Yes." The answer came without hesitation. It struck harder than denial. Urgask lowered his head until his tusks were close enough to gore the Old One if the collar allowed it. "You made us to kill gods." Shallax Moore looked up at him. "No," he said. "We made you so gods would kill you first." The words entered the cathedral and stayed there. Around the chamber, unborn armies stirred harder in their pods. Some struck the membranes with developing fists. Some showed teeth before their jaws were finished. Urgask's rage was so vast it became cold. "Say it again." "You were made to absorb the impossible cost of survival. The Necrons do not tire. The star gods do not pity. The webway bleeds. Our elegant servants break when death looks at them too long. You do not. That is your value." "Value. Yes. We bled your war fronts green. We broke the deathless. We stood under the Nightbringer and laughed." "Correct. And when the war ends?" Shallax Moore's eyes were beautiful. That made the answer worse. "If the war ends, the conditions that justify your current cognitive architecture cease." Urgask felt Dregmagna's findings burning in his mind. "You make us stupid. We reduce existential hazard. You make us beasts. You are already beasts. At present, you are useful beasts with strategic cognition." The nearest Krork guard lunged. His collar flashed. He dropped to the floor, convulsing, black blood pouring from his nostrils and ears. The Old One did not glance at him. Urgask did not move. Not yet. Shallax Moore continued, as though explaining metallurgy. "Your reproduction makes you uncontainable. Your spores persist in ash, mud, vacuum scars, and corpse fields. Your Waagh resonance amplifies beyond projected ceilings. Your joy in violence is not a flaw, Urgask Korag. It is the engine. It is why fear cannot rout you, why pain cannot slow you, why death cannot teach you caution. But an engine must be shut down when the work is finished. We are not your engine. You are precisely that. The collar burned hotter. Urgask's vision pulsed red. He imagined closing his hand around Shallax Moore's luminous body and squeezing until old blood and god nerves burst between his fingers. He imagined ripping the command code out of the cathedral walls and feeding the old one to his own vats. The Waagh surged behind him as nearby cohorts felt the almost rebellion and leaned toward it. Then the world tore open. The first death marks emerged from impossible angles inside the gene vault walls. They were tall Necron assassins, skeletal and silent, their bodies stepping from dimensional pockets with long rifles already aimed. The first volley struck Krork war leaders through the skull. Heads burst, brains sprayed across pod glass. One giant turned with half his face gone and fired blindly, his shots chewing open an entire bank of womb pods. Nutrient fluid and half-grown bodies spilled onto the floor. The Necron assault followed in perfect precision. Cryptex phased through the outer sanctum, their staffs cutting symbols in the air. Dimensional blades opened inside guards, slicing them from within. Scarab swarms poured through ventilation arteries in glittering floods, chewing through pod supports, nerve lines, command routes, and newborn flesh. Gauss fire swept across the lower galleries, peeling attendants apart and flensing Krorks down to skeletons before the green giants could reach the shooters. Akhmot Ka had struck at the root, not at the field armies, not at the war front, the spawning continent, the gene vault, the future. The cathedral became slaughter. Krork embryos boiled in their pods as Necron energy fields overloaded the nutrient rivers. Womb membranes burst under heat, spilling half-formed giants onto the floors. Some had no skin, only red muscle and exposed yellow bone. Some lacked eyes. Some had organs dragging from open abdomens, umbilical cords still pumping fluid as they clawed free. They killed anyway. One skinless newborn seized a death mark in both hands and tore it apart, while his own intestines dragged behind him like ropes. Another crawled with only one arm fully formed, bit through a scarab cluster, and choked on metal as Gauss fire took his head apart, layer by layer. Painboy strain. Krorks went mad with joy and necessity. They cracked pods open with bone saws, dragged unfinished warriors out, hammered armor plates directly onto exposed muscle, stapled skin flaps where skin existed, and jabbed combat stimulants into hearts still learning to beat. Newborn giants rose screaming, slick with birth sludge and their own blood, weapons shoved into hands that closed around them by instinct. They charged the Necrons with organs hanging, skulls soft, teeth still pushing through gums, and command knowledge burning raw in unfinished brains. Dreg Magna entered the cathedral through a collapsing wall, followed by mech cohorts dragging half-assembled guns. "Thought you might be shouting at da wrong enemy," he called. His first macro burst flattened a line of death marks into silver paste and blew open the far wall behind them. His second shot misfired, exploded, killed 2 mechs, covered Dreg Magna in burning shrapnel, and made him laugh. Shallax Moore lifted one hand. The cathedral map changed. Red glyphs spread across an entire spawning continent beyond the walls. Urgask felt it through the Waagh before he understood the image. Billions of unborn Krorks, pod forests, fungal oceans, growth caverns, mech cradles, weird boy storm vaults, pain boy pits, future war leaders not yet named. Shallax Moore marked them for destruction. "No," Urgask snarled. "To deny resource capture," the old one said. "They are ours. They are stock." The word made the Waagh scream. Urgask lunged, and the collar took him. Pain drove him to one knee. It hammered through his spine, locked his jaws, turned his muscles to stone. His eyes remained open. He saw the distant continent through the living map as Old One's sterilization engines awoke. White fire descended into the spawning fields. Pod forests ignited. Womb armor cracked in the heat. Embryos burned by the billion, some awake enough to kick, some aware enough to roar through fluid as they cooked. Rivers of nutrient sludge became steam and screaming fat. Fungal forests went up like pyres, sending spores into the sky only for the old one's own purification storms to burn them into black snow. At the same moment, Necron deathmarks executed pod clusters with surgical fire. Makers and enemies murdered the Krork future in the same hour. Something in Urgask broke clean. Not loyalty, that had cracked already. Obedience. He rose through the pain. The collar burned brighter, digging psychic hooks deep into his skull. Blood ran from his ears. His left eye burst under pressure and streamed down his cheek. He took one step, then another. Each movement was a war against the code in his bones. Shallax Moore's calm faltered for the first time. Akmot-Kar arrived in a flash of emerald light at the cathedral's center, war scythe in hand, his command body tall, regal, and flawless. Lychguard formed around him from dimensional shimmer. The Necron overlord's eyes fixed first on Shallax Moore, then on Urgask. Root and weapon in one chamber, Akmot-Kar said. Efficient. Urgask turned toward him. The choice was clear. Kill the Maker, and the Necrons would take the vault. Kill the Deathless, and the Maker would live to betray again. He hated that the war still had priorities. He charged Akmot-Kar. The Overlord met him with aristocratic precision. Warscythe and cleaver cannon collided, the impact cracking pod glass across the cathedral. Lychguard moved to intercept. Krork guards smashed into them. The floor became a crush of silver limbs, green bodies, burst organs, and hot nutrient sludge. Urgask fired at point-blank range. Akmot-Kar's phase field bent the shell aside, and it detonated among a line of womb pods, showering both combatants in unborn meat. Akmot's war scythe cut Urgask across the thigh, opening muscle to the bone. Urgask answered by slamming his gravitic claw into the Overlord's chest and driving him through a column of living crystal. Akmot rose at once, metal knitting, eyes cold. "You are what I warned them you were," the Necron said. Urgask spat black blood. "You warned who?" "Everyone capable of understanding." The Overlord struck again. The blade took 2 fingers from Urgask's left hand and opened his side beneath the ribs. Urgask let it bite. He stepped in rather than away. His claw closed around Akmot-Kar's skull. The Necron's eyes flared. Transient beast. Urgask squeezed. Necrodermis resisted, then dented, then cracked. The reactor core beneath Akmot's chest plate brightened as the Overlord tried to phase. Dreg Magna's Blackstone Disruptor fired from somewhere in the melee and locked the transition for one brutal heartbeat. One heartbeat was enough. Urgask drove his cleaver cannon into Akmot-Kar's chest and fired. The Overlord's torso burst open in a storm of emerald flame and living metal fragments. His skull collapsed in Urgask's claw, eyes shattering like jewels under a hammer. The command body fell apart, limbs twitching, reactor core screaming as it died. Akmot-Kar's voice remained for a moment in the air, already withdrawing through resurrection pathways, buried far from the chamber. Body loss accepted. Strategic priority remains. Then he was gone. Urgask hurled the crushed skull into a knot of scarabs and watched them scatter. The battle did not end at once. Nothing worthwhile did. The Krorks saved the central vault by turning it into a butcher house. They crushed death marks against pod walls. They fed cryptex into their own dimensional blades. They burned scarab swarms with plasma, fungus acid, and the bodies of burning newborns hurled as living grenades. When the last Necron portal closed, the cathedral floor was buried knee-deep in birth sludge, organs, shell casings, broken metal, and dead futures. Shallax Moore approached through the ruin. "You preserved the primary vault," he said. "Your resistance to collar overload exceeded prior projection. Your tactical choice was correct." Urgask stood amid the dead, breathing like a furnace. His wounds poured blood. His left eye socket smoked. Around him, surviving Krork war leaders gathered, many damaged, many shaking from leash burn, all watching the Old One. "You praise," Urgask said, "after burning our unborn." Secondary stocks were expendable. They were Krork. They were potential. Shallax Moore lifted his hand. The collars tightened. Not one. All. Across the chamber, Krork war leaders convulsed. Urgask felt the command pulse strike like a spike through his brain, but it was aimed beyond pain. It reached for thought itself. Several of his brothers dropped their weapons. Their eyes went wide, then empty. One who had commanded 3 continental assaults began drooling black saliva down his chin. Another, a boss strain who had outmaneuvered Necron kill grids, beat his fists against the floor and roared without words. A third looked at Urgask with desperate understanding for half a breath before the light of strategy left his eyes and only hunger remained. Generals became beasts while standing in their own blood. The first hint of the future looked up from their ruined faces. Modernity, though no one there had a name for it yet. Shallax Moore lowered his hand. "The leash is mercy," he said. "Remember that, if memory remains useful." Urgask did not attack. The Old One expected rage. He expected waste. He expected a weapon to hurl itself against the chain and prove the chain necessary. Urgask gave him stillness instead. That was the first true rebellion. Later, in the Forge Cathedral, while the spawning continent burned on the horizon and black spores fell like dirty snow, Urgask stood over Dreg Magna's slab of opened genomes and dead command filaments. The mech looked at him from beneath a crown of welding sparks. "We kill him now?" "No," Dreg Magna grunted. "Shame. We need truth to live longer than us." The mech's grin returned slowly. "Truth don't fight good unless it's got teeth. Then build it teeth." Urgask leaned close, lowering his voice until only Dreg Magna and the listening engines could hear. "Build something forbidden, not a gun, not only a gun, a memory engine, bone, spore, blackstone, stolen dead metal, webway crystal, something their leash cannot bite, something that remembers what we were when they make us less." Dreg Magna's eyes shone with terrible delight. "And when they find it?" Urgask looked out toward the burning continent, where billions of unborn Krorks rose as ash into a sky owned by liars. "They will not," he said, "or they will bleed for knowing." The warp changed before the Old Ones admitted it was changing. Kelithran felt it first, as resistance beneath song. Once, the Immaterium had answered the shaped will of his people like a lyre answered trained fingers. It had been dangerous, yes, as oceans were dangerous and stars were dangerous, but danger was not the same as malice. The Old Ones had taught their young creations to draw from it, to move through it, to sing across it, to build roads through its unseen tides. The webway had been their triumph, a woundless passage beneath reality's skin, and the warp beyond it had been the great sea from which power could be drawn and meaning could be shaped. Then the war in heaven filled that sea with corpses. Fear entered it by the billion. Rage entered it by the trillion. The last thoughts of burned planets, butchered armies, broken species, devoured civilizations, and souls stripped screaming from flesh by star gods sank into the depths and did not dissolve. They gathered, they curdled, they bred. Kelithran could feel emotion no longer passing cleanly into the vastness, but clotting there, growing barbs, gnawing upon itself until thought became hunger. The Immaterium thickened. Dreams began to resist waking. Reflections moved before faces. Echoes returned with new voices. In the webway arteries, where hidden light had once flowed pure along the Old One's secret roads, shadows pooled in corners that should not have existed. Kelithran heard whispers between notes when he sang the war hosts into battle. He saw seers stumble mid-prophecy, their mouths filling with black water, their eyes fixed on shapes only they could see. Even the Krork Weird Boy strains, those crude green lightning rods of engineered violence, began to twitch and snarl at empty air when no enemy stood before them. The Old Ones called it turbulence. The Eldari called it omen. The Krorks called it a bad smell and sharpened their blades. The first breach came during a victory rite on the crystal terraces of Lethon's Gate, a webway bastion reclaimed from Necron siege only hours before. The dead had not yet been counted. The wounded had not yet been separated from those too ruined to mend. Eldari war singers stood among broken wraithbone pillars, chanting names into memory. Krork cohorts laughed and drank steaming nutrient blood from the skulls of slain bioengines. Jokairo artificers repaired shattered gate ribs with tireless hands, chittering to one another in bursts of tool logic. Above them, Old One observers drifted behind veils of soft light, recording losses, efficiencies, and morale continuities. Kelithran sang for the fallen. He hated that the Krorks laughed through it, but he had learned to hate many necessary things. A young soldier of one of the Old One's lesser psychic client races stood near the inner gate, helmet beneath one arm, face pale beneath translucent scales. He had survived the Necron breach. Kelithran had seen him fight with courage, not elegance, not artistry, but courage. He had held a shattered barricade while Gauss fire peeled his squad apart. He should have been allowed silence. Instead, he began to speak. At first, Kelithran thought the soldier was praying. Then the second voice came from the same throat, deeper and wet, dragging syllables behind it like chains. Then the third voice joined, high and joyous and cruel. The surrounding warriors turned. The young soldier smiled. It was not his smile. It pulled his face too wide, splitting the corners of his mouth until pale blood ran down his chin. "Door," said one voice. "Meat," said the second. "Light," sang the third. His skull opened like a flower. Bone plates unfolded outward with hideous delicacy, cracking and peeling back from the crown. His brain rose from within, swollen, luminous, and veined with impossible colors. The soldier remained standing. His eyes rolled upward. His hands clutched at nothing. A ring of light opened inside his exposed mind, small at first, then widening as his thoughts were forced into geometry. Kelithran's song broke. The portal formed through the soldier's body. Something came through. The first enslaver unfolded from the psychic wound like a parasite made of membrane, tendril, and command. It was not vast, not at first. Its horror lay in its certainty. It moved toward the nearest seer with boneless grace, tendrils flickering through the air, touching not flesh, but will. The seer screamed and raised both hands, runes flaring across his armor. The scream became three voices. His eyes burst outward in sprays of light. A second portal opened inside his skull. Then there were more. The terrace became a slaughterhouse of minds. Eldari warriors fired into the creatures, bright lances cutting through pale membranes and spilling luminous ichor across the crystal floor. Krorks charged with grateful violence, tearing tendrils apart in their fists, smashing possessed bodies flat beneath cleavers, laughing until the creatures touched their minds and made that laughter stutter. Jokairo artificers vanished beneath puppet dead as corpses rose around them, limbs jerking, mouths speaking with borrowed voices. The Old Ones reacted slowly for beings who claimed mastery over life. Then they reacted with terror disguised as procedure. Containment glyphs flared over the terrace, webway exits sealed. Old One attendants marked psychic signatures for termination with calm, luminous gestures. The infected were categorized before they finished screaming. Seers, soldiers, artisans, wounded. Entire sections of the reclaimed bastion turned red in the tactical overlays descending from the Old One's command veils. Shallax Moore's voice entered the host. All compromised psychic vessels are to be denied continuity. Fire disciplines unrestricted. Preserve gate structure. Preserve strategic command. Life cost secondary. Calithrin stared upward at the Old One projections through smoke and screaming light. Preserve gate structure. The order came while warriors clawed at their own skulls to keep things from entering through memory. Orbital sterilization began before the last enslaver on the terrace was slain. Above Lethion's gate, Old One cleansing arrays opened like white flowers in the void. They burned not only the terrace, but the adjacent barracks, the wounded galleries, the psychic nurseries, the song archives, and 3 allied regiments that had shown contamination tremors. Light descended without heat at first, beautiful and merciless. Then everything beneath it became ash, armor, flesh, wraithbone, memory stones, sleeping wounded. Those too injured to move lifted hands toward the sky and vanished in columns of pale fire. The Old Ones called it containment. Calithrin learned then that panic could wear the face of logic. After Lethion's gate, the breaches multiplied. They came wherever minds had been sharpened too bright by war. Seers became doors, weird boys became green detonations, psychic infantry became screaming thresholds. Dreamers woke with tendrils behind their eyes. Commanders gave orders in borrowed voices, sending armies into traps before splitting open to birth the things riding them. Webway nodes sealed and unsealed themselves at the command of minds no longer alone inside their skulls. The Krorks were thrown into the worst of it. Urgask Korag's cohorts became emergency containment troops, though no one used such clean language among the front lines. They were sent into infected cities, fractured webway junctions, psychic breeding vaults, and nurseries of servant species whose minds had been designed too open to the immaterium. Their orders were simple: kill everything that speaks with voices not its own. Calithrin fought beside them in the corpse towers of Ishael's bastion, where the dead walked with tendrils threaded through their spines. Habitat stacks rose like spears through a violet sky, each one crowded with refugees, wounded, soldiers, priests of young species, and gene-crafted auxiliaries who had believed the Old Ones would protect them. The enslavers moved through them like fire through dry grass. One mind opened another. One scream became 10, 10 became thousands. Krorks breached the lower stacks with siege fists and flame. They did not clear room by room. They cleared by thunder. Urgask led them through a gate choked with bodies. His armor was patched with blackstone and bone. His one ruined eye socket had been fitted with a mech-built lens that burned red beneath his brow. He carried his cleaver cannon low, cutting down puppet dead as they came at him in waves. Tendrils drove corpses forward, even after limbs were removed. Bodies crawled over one another, mouths opening and closing, with the voices of things beyond the veil. "Borrowed talk," Urgask growled. "Bad talk." He crushed a possessed giant against the wall with his claw. The creature had once belonged to a heavy labor strain grown by the Old Ones for fortress work, a massive thing of grey hide and 4 arms. Now its belly had opened into a mouth full of pale tendrils. Urgask drove his fist into that mouth, seized something wet and luminous within, and tore until the entire torso came apart in a spray of organs, membrane, and warp light. Krorks burned whole corridors where contamination spread too quickly. They stomped clutching infected forms into paste when the Old One kill markings flashed above them, whether those bodies wore armor or nursery tags. Calithrin saw one of his own warriors hesitate before a small infected brood cluster, their eyes glowing with alien command, their mouths speaking in perfect imitation of the Eldari dead. A Krork did not hesitate. His boot came down. The voices stopped beneath a wet crunch and a splash of pale blood. Calithrin wanted to hate him for it. He did hate him for it. He also knew the hesitation would have opened another door. That was the horror. Victory and atrocity wore the same face now. In the upper stack, an Eldari seer named Thalanor held a breach alone for 17 breaths. Calithrin had trained with him beneath singing moons. He had heard Thalanor recite prophecies in a voice so gentle that even war seemed ashamed to be named by it. Now the seer stood with both hands buried in a rift that had opened through his own chest, holding it closed by will, while enslaver tendrils clawed from within. "Sing!" Thalanor gasped. Caelithran sang. He sang blade notes, severance notes, funeral notes. His voice cut through the chamber as Eldari warriors fired and Krorks hacked apart the puppet dead. Thalanor's soul brightened, then tore. Things in the warp seized it with hooks made of hunger. Caelithran felt the moment his friend ceased to be a self and became a doorway. Urgask fired before Caelithran could finish the killing note. The mass reactive shell took Thalanor in the chest and detonated inside the rift. Seer, portal, tendrils, and the screaming things beyond became a burst of light, blood, and shredded wraithbone. Caelithran staggered. His faith did not break all at once. Faith rarely does. It cracked under Lethon's gate. It split in the corpse towers. It bled out while he watched the Old Ones mark entire allied hosts for sterilization, because one battalion had shown possession symptoms. Their cleansing beams fell from orbit on loyal armies that had not yet seen the enemy. Their command voices remained serene while cities begged. They purged psychic servant races they had themselves made sensitive, then recorded the results as containment efficiency. The gods of his creators were not omniscient. They were ancient fools with beautiful hands, bleeding the universe dry and calling each wound a necessary incision. The Necrons advanced through the chaos with perfect cruelty. Akhmot Ka used the plague as any competent warlord would use fire in a dry forest. Tomb fleets struck where Old One attention turned inward. Gauss phalanxes marched into systems whose defenders were busy executing their own seers. Satan shards fed upon civilizations already tearing themselves apart, drinking the flare of panic, soul rupture, and mass death. Worlds that might have resisted for years fell in days because their command sanctums became enslaver gates before Necron invasion fleets arrived. Caelithran saw one such world from orbit, held inside the trembling song web of a damaged Eldari cruiser. Below, the continents burned in 3 colors: green where Krorks fought street by street against puppet dead; emerald where Necron Gauss fire harvested fleeing columns; white where Old One sterilization engines erased whatever neither side had reached. At the poles, Satan radiance moved like predatory dawn. The planet's own psychic death scream passed through the warp and returned with teeth. In a hidden forge cavern beyond the main warfront, Dreg Magna completed the memory engine. Caelithran never saw its making directly. He saw it through fragments, through Urgask's guarded thoughts brushing the Waagh, through a brief and forbidden glimpse granted by a captured seerstone wired into Krork machinery. The thing was not beautiful. It was not meant to be. It was a brutal shrine of bone, blackstone, looted necrodermis, webway crystal, fungal neural matter, and screaming command filaments ripped from dead collars. Krork skulls formed its outer ring. Their tusks had been carved with memory glyphs too crude for elegance and too precise for accident. Living spores pulsed through its conduits. Necron metal repaired itself around Old One crystal, while Mech built clamps forced both to obey. Dreg Magna stood before it, covered in oil, blood, and sparks. "Remember," he told it. The engine answered in green light. It recorded the truth no Old One archive would preserve. The Krorks were made. The Krorks were used. The Krorks were chained. The Krorks were scheduled for collapse. Urgask placed one blood-soaked hand upon the engine's central bone plate and fed it memory through the Waagh. Caelithran felt the echo across the distance and nearly cried out. Battles flooded into the device. Birth vats, collars, the Nightbringer's shadow, the sealed webway wound full of chanting bodies, the burned spawning continent, war leaders lobotomized into roaring beasts, Shallax Moore's serene voice naming betrayal as mercy. The memory engine drank it all. Outside the hidden forge, the warp screamed louder. The enslaver plague reached the Old One's final fortress network at the edge of the broken war. It came not as an army marching under banners, but as infection inside messages, dreams, grief, prophecy, and command. A seer opened a gate while asleep. A wounded Old One attendant spoke with too many mouths. A webway artery pulsed like an infected vein and split along its length. The first fortress moon sealed itself, then began transmitting lullabies in the voices of the dead. The second burned its own psychic population and still birthed portals in the ash. The third went silent before Necron lances struck it from orbit. Shallax Moore's order came through every remaining command collar, every webway node, every Old One war channel. All Krork reserves deploy to the final fortress network. No reserve withholding authorized, no retreat corridors guaranteed. Objective is containment and denial, survival irrelevant to strategic conclusion. Kelithron heard it while standing upon a cracked webway bridge beside Urgask. The Krork war leader did not roar. That told Kelithron more than rage would have. Urgask looked toward the opening gates. Beyond them lay the Old One's last shining fortresses, already bleeding light from within, already surrounded by Necron fleets, already sick with warp hunger. Billions of Krorks gathered behind him, larger than their earliest kin, rougher, louder, more unstable, collars glowing hot beneath their neck ridges. Their weapons shook in their hands. Their joy was still there, huge and hungry, but beneath it, Kelithron felt the static now. Command code, leash code, execution code. "They mean to spend you all," Kelithron said. Urgask bared his broken tusks. "Yeah, you will go anyway." "Yeah, because they command it." The Krork turned his one burning eye upon him. "No, bright knife, because the enemy's there." The webway gates opened wide. Kelithron felt the warp beyond them, watching with a hunger the Old Ones had taught it to possess. Urgask raised his cleaver cannon, and the Krork reserves surged forward into the final war, knowing at last that none of them were meant to return. Ilith Morai had been grown to resemble salvation. From the void, the last stronghold of the Old Ones shone like a wounded constellation caught in crystal. Its outer rings were fortress moons wrapped in gardens, oceans, shield mantles, and psychic artillery spines. Its inner worlds turned around a captive webway nexus, each world tethered to the next by bridges of light vast enough for armies to march across in ranks of 1,000 abreast. Star-lifting engines cupped the system's suns and drew power from them in luminous rivers. Gene vaults slept beneath forests of silver bark. Refugee continents drifted under domes of hardened thought. Whole species, bred, guided, armed and spent by the Old Ones, crowded beneath skies that had been made beautiful to keep terror from blooming too, quickly. Paradise had become a bunker. Shallax Moore sat at the heart of it. His throne was not carved. It was alive. Roots as pale as exposed nerves rose from the command sanctum floor and pierced his spine, his palms, his throat, and the soft, luminous tissues beneath his ribs. Through them, he touched the fortress system. Through them, he felt the heat of guns, the birth spasms of vat armies, the fear exhaled by refugee cities, the pressure of the webway nexus straining beneath siege geometry. His senses were no longer his own. He saw with orbital augers, with the eyes of seers, with the pain receptors of subordinate war beasts, with the last impulses of dying attendants, with the adrenal floods of young races who still believed their makers would save them. Every death arrived as data. He accepted them all. Above Ilith Morai, the Necrons arrived in impossible numbers. Tomb fleets eclipsed the suns. Their warships slid from the black in silent dynastic order, hulls of living metal catching stellar fire and returning it as cold green radiance. Monolith engines translated into the battle space with geometric contempt. Pylon chains unfolded around the outer system, pinning reality in place, nailing the webway approaches to fixed coordinates so they could be butchered. The void filled with scarab clouds so vast they looked like metallic weather. Within them moved the greater engines of the deathless fortress arcs, world shearers, phase bastions, command tombs marked with the sigils of dynasties that had survived flesh, humiliation, and gods. Then came the Citan shards. They did not travel. They manifested as disasters choosing location. One appeared beside the smallest sun and drank a flare before turning it into a spear that impaled a fortress moon. Another passed through a refugee fleet, and every living thing aboard became dust, while the ships continued drifting, crewed by ash. A third dragged night behind it like a shroud, and left a trail of frozen screams in the immaterium. Shallax Moore lifted one hand. The last arsenal of the Old Ones answered. Eldari war hosts poured from hidden gates, elegant and terrible, their grav tanks gliding in spear formations, their singers weaving war through the wounded air. Psychic storms bloomed from the minds of seers and tore into Necron formations, hurling deathless ranks backward in cascades of broken metal. Jokaero reality engines unfolded from moons like intricate toys made by mad gods, rewriting mass, light, and direction in bright, chattering pulses. Engineered plagues, held in sanctified stasis for epochs, were released into tomb ship hulls, not to sicken the Necrons, but to devour the repair scarabs and corrupt the logic crystals that guided their reconstruction. And the Krorks came, billions of them. They surged through the fortress gates, across orbital battle plates, through trench moons and void bridges, their Waagh pressure shaking the root throne beneath Shallax Moore's impaled flesh. Their mega armor smoked under the light of the dying suns. Their gun fortresses crawled over the outer rings, firing barrages that made continents tremble. Gargantuan proto-stompers, crude only to blind minds, strode into the void on gravitic anchors and rammed canoptek constructs large as cathedrals. Mech-strain artillery hurled shells packed with spores, explosives, broken blackstone, and severed weirdboy heads wired into psychic detonators. The heads screamed as they flew. They struck Necron lines and burst into green storms that shredded metal, flesh, soul echoes, and reason. Urgask Korag led the counter-assault across the orbital battle plates of the Third Ring. Shallax Moore watched him through the eyes of a dying attendant, pinned beneath shattered wraithbone. The Krork war leader moved at the front of his elites, one eye burning red in its crude mech socket, cleaver cannon roaring, armor layered in trophies and command scars. Lichguard walls met him in perfect silence. War scythes rose. Mega-armored Krorks crashed into them with the force of falling fortress towers. Metal ranks folded. Green giants split open. Chain cleavers bit. Gauss beams flensed muscle from bone. One Krork lost his head and still took 3 more steps before collapsing, his spinal stump pumping black blood over the silver dead beneath him. Urgask drove his kill claw through a Lichguard's torso and used the body as a shield against another war scythe. He fired through the corpse, obliterating the guard behind it. Around him, Krork elites hammered still-living Necron skulls into their shoulder plates while fighting continued. Painboy strains dragged the wounded behind shattered gun carriages, nailed armor over exposed intestines, injected burning stimulants into hearts, and shoved the warriors back into the line before their screams had finished. Shallax Moore absorbed the casualty curves. Acceptable. The first fortress moon fell 7 minutes later. Its name had been Halcyon Root, and it contained a population of 30 allied species, 7 gene vaults, and 900 million refugees. Necron pylons breached its lower shields. Scarab clouds entered the atmosphere. Death marks appeared in the evacuation galleries. Enslaver contamination signs flickered in 3 psychic districts. The moon could not be recovered. Shallax Moore did not mourn it. He rerouted its core reactors into the psychic harmonics of the refugee mind web, locked every evacuation gate, and detonated the population. Halcyon Root died as one thought. The psychic shockwave rolled outward in a sphere of white agony. Necron formations crossing the breach lanes were hurled apart, their command lattices screaming with stolen death. A Citan shard recoiled, its outer radiance flickering as billions of extinguished mines struck it like broken glass. Eldari war hosts caught in the blast died with songs still in their mouths. Krork cohorts on the moon's lower plates vanished in the fire, their bodies converted to green ash and molten armor. Refugee cities became light, then nothing. Shallax Moore recorded the effect. 13 minutes of relief along the third approach vector. Useful. He spent 3 billion Krorks next. The order passed through their collars, and the Waagh resisted it for a fraction of a breath, a pressure like tectonic plates grinding beneath thought. Then the command code bit deeper. Entire assault reserves redirected from the inner gate to the dead space between two collapsing battle plates. There, Necron tomb engines were opening a corridor for Kar's command phalanx. Shallax Moore ordered the Krorks into the kill zone, not to win, but to clog it with bodies. They obeyed. They charged under intersecting gorse beams that stripped them into skeletons by the million. They climbed over their own dead until the dead became hills, then walls, then fortifications. They fired until their fingers dissolved. They bit Necron limbs when their weapons failed. Weird Boy strains detonated in green suns. Mech strains built barricade guns from bones, reactor slag, and the severed heads of still-functioning immortals. The corridor jammed with flesh, fungus, broken armor, and necrodermis. 13 more minutes. Shallax Moore felt the death of each Krork as heat, weight, neural collapse, spore release, and Waagh distortion. He did not feel guilt. Guilt was an indulgence for species with too little responsibility. Karag returned in a new body upon the fourth battle plate, walking from a monolith gate as if stepping into a court already conquered. His necrodermis shell was taller than before, wrought in obsidian and emerald, crowned in the funerary sigils of vengeful dynasties. Around him marched Lichguard, immortals, cryptex, and destroyer engines whose weapons hummed with extermination hunger. He came not as a raider, but as a judgment. Urgask met him amid a field of severed giants. The battle around them bent away, as if both armies understood some instinct of ritual. Krorks and Necrons still killed in all directions, but the space between the Overlord and the war leader became a furnace of attention. Shallax Moore watched through a dozen dying minds. Karag raised his war scythe. Beast! Urgask spat a clot of black blood and broken teeth onto the battle plate. Beast is what's left when masters run. The duel began as impact. War scythe met cleaver cannon, and the shock cracked the plate beneath them. Karag moved with soulless precision, every strike calculated, every retreat measured, every attack angled toward tendons, joints, organs, command scars. Urgask fought like vitality given hatred, not wild, not stupid, but brutally inventive. He took wounds to close distance. He let the war scythe cut him so his claw could reach. He slammed the Overlord through ranks of his own warriors, crushing them beneath both bodies. He fired point blank and forced Akmot's phase fields to flare bright enough to blind nearby Krorks. "You possess no future," Karag said, as his blade opened Urgask's chest. Urgask laughed through blood. "Neither do you. You just take longer dying." The Overlord's scythe slid through Urgask's side and spilled organs across the plate. Urgask seized the trailing mass with one hand, shoved it back under broken armor, and headbutted Karag hard enough to dent the Necron's skull. He would have pressed the kill, but the inner sanctum screamed. The enslavers breached Ilith Morai, not at the walls, within. The Old One Psychers in the inner choir became doors. Shallax Moore felt them open through the root throne. One mind split into 3 voices, 10 into hundreds, 1,000 into a wet chorus that filled the command network with hunger. Skulls flowered in the sanctum galleries. Luminous brains unfolded into portals. Refugee species in the lower shelters began speaking with borrowed mouths. Their bodies rose, bent backward, bellies tearing open as tendrils dragged themselves into real space. Webway attendants clawed out their own eyes and painted gate codes in blood. Eldari seers screamed as their souls were hooked from within. The stronghold was attacked from without by deathless legions and star gods. From within by the warp hunger, the war had fattened. For the first time, the command throne hurt Shallax Moore in a way that was not merely informative. The roots in his spine spasmed. Several subordinate species wired into the throne died in convulsions, their nervous systems burning out as corrupted signals ran through them. Their deaths arrived not as clean data, but as contamination. Pleas, images, terror, accusation. He cut them away with a thought and used their corpses as psychic insulation. The final conclave gathered at the sealed webway artery beneath the central nexus. They came in diminished splendor, the last old ones of Ilith Morai, their light dimmed, their attendants dead or burning, their robes stained by the fluids of their own creations. Behind them, the fortress system collapsed in layers. Ahead of them, the hidden road remained barely stable, sealed against enslaver pressure and Necron breach engines alike. It could admit only the conclave, a fraction of their archives, and whatever survival Shallax Moore could still justify. Urgask reached the gate chamber before it sealed. He came wounded beyond reason, armor shredded, one arm hanging by cables and meat, his cleaver cannon cracked, but still growling. Behind him, surviving Krork elites fought Necrons at the threshold. Dreg Magna came with him, dragging the memory engine on chains and gravitic sledges, its bone rings slick with blood, its blackstone heart pulsing green. Shallax Moore stood before the gate. "Hold the passage," he commanded. Urgask stared down at him. Around the chamber, Krork collars ignited. "You run," the war leader said. "We preserve continuity. You run. Hold the passage." The Necron tide broke into the outer chamber. Gauss fire sheeted across the walls. Krorks died roaring. Scarabs poured through the dead. Somewhere beyond, a Cetan shard screamed light into a fortress moon and split it open. Behind Shallax Moore, the webway artery pulsed, ready to close. He activated Protocol Gaz Null. The command did not sound. It unfolded inside the Krork species, like a hidden knife finally drawn. Across Ilith Morai, surviving Krorks convulsed. Higher cognition burned. Strategic thought collapsed under aggression loops. Command hierarchies shattered into dominant spasms. Some war leaders dropped their weapons and beat their own skulls against the ground until bone cracked. Mechs screamed as theory dissolved into instinct, their hands still building while their minds forgot why. Weird Boy strains detonated in green storms. Pain Boys laughed and cut without purpose. Words broke into roars. Plans became hunger. Brotherhood became mob pressure. The first shadow of the degraded future spread through them, while they still fought the last battle of their makers. Urgask staggered. Shallax Moore watched the protocol strike him and expected collapse. It did not come cleanly. The Waagh rose around Urgask like a wounded god. Hatred held him together, where code tried to tear him down. The memory of every betrayal, every burned spawning continent, every sealed gate, every lobotomized war leader, every brother spent as mortar and data, all of it became a brace against oblivion. He bit through his own tongue and used the pain as an anchor. Blood poured down his jaw, his remaining eye fixed on Shallax Moore with terrible understanding. "Dreg," he growled. The mech strain was shaking, foam and black blood running from his mouth. His eyes flickered between genius and animal fury. His hands still obeyed the last true order he had chosen for himself. He armed the memory engine. Urgask seized the engine's chains. Necron fire hammered his back. One Gauss beam stripped flesh from his shoulder. Another flayed his wounded arm down to blackened bone. He did not turn. He swung the memory engine once, twice, building momentum, and hurled it through the closing webway gate with all the strength left in his dying age. The engine passed beyond the sealed artery, trailing green light, bone sparks, and the truth of the Krorks. Shallax Moore's calm expression hardened. "You preserve nothing," he said. Urgask smiled, and for a heartbeat, he was everything the Old Ones had feared they had made. "Then why do you look worried?" The gate began to close. Shallax Moore stepped backward into the webway with the final conclave. His last sight of the chamber was Urgask turning away from him, back toward the Necron and Citan tide, choosing the enemy in front over the coward behind. The Krork war leader raised his broken weapon. Around him, ruined brothers roared, some still thinking, many already collapsing into the simpler future forced upon them. They charged anyway, the artery sealed. For one moment, Shallax Moore stood in the hidden road and allowed himself to believe survival remained a form of victory. Then Ilmatar Kai screamed. An enslaver tendril had followed them through. It emerged from the shadow of a wounded Old One attendant, pale, glistening, impossible, threaded with the voices of every species sacrificed to reach this passage. It touched the webway wall, and the wall bled light. It touched a member of the conclave, and his skull opened like a flower, luminous brain unfolding into a hungry gate. Shallax Moore stepped back. His serenity broke. For the first time since the first green cells divided beneath his hand, fear found his face. The war in heaven did not end with a trumpet, a crown, or the clean silence of victory. It ended like a beast too vast to die quickly. It bled for ages. Stars guttered behind veils of ash. Webway arteries collapsed into screaming knots of impossible distance. Tomb fleets drifted through battle zones, where no living commander remained to claim the dead. Worlds once grown as paradises by the Old Ones turned sour, their gardens boiling, their oceans black with rendered flesh, their skies bruised by the last passing of star gods and the green storms of dying Waghs. The Citan, those vast hungers that had worn divinity as a feeding mask, were later broken by the very deathless they had helped create. The Necrons, victorious in the manner of a corpse seated upon a throne of corpses, turned upon their gods, shattered them into shards, and learned that betrayal did not restore what had been taken from them. Then even they began to withdraw, their tomb worlds sealed, their pylons dimmed, their dynastic courts descended beneath dead crusts and silent necropoli. The galaxy's cold victors prepared for the great sleep, not out of peace, not out of mercy, but because triumph had ruined them. Their enemies were scattered, their gods chained, their souls gone, their bodies eternal, their purpose hollow. The Old Ones were gone, defeated, devoured, scattered through broken passages, changed into things that no longer wore their old names. Perhaps some survived, hidden in the secret folds of the webway, whispering apologies to gardens that had learned to hate the gardener. Perhaps none did. Urgask Korag did not care enough to hunt ghosts, while Metal Dead still walked, and his brothers still bled. He survived Ilith Marai. That was not glory, it was insult. He crawled from the ruins of the last stronghold, with one arm remade from scrap, one eye burning in a mech socket, his spine fused where the command collar had tried to cook his mind out of him. His armor was gone in places, replaced by bolted plates, scavenged necrodermies, bone struts, and blackened growths where his own body had refused to die correctly. His cleaver cannon still lived, though its barrel coughed molten fragments when fired, and its blade had a crack, running from back spine to killing edge. Around him, the Krork Empire existed only as momentum. That was the first truth he learned after the gods fled. The Krorks had never possessed an empire in the way lesser civilizations understood the word. They had possessed fronts, spawning zones, command nodes, moving forge continents, war moons, and Waagh corridors. They had possessed purpose, and that had been enough. The Old Ones had supplied direction. The Necrons had supplied enemy. The Citan had supplied terror to laugh at. The war in heaven had supplied shape. Without it, the shape began to break. The command architecture was damaged beyond repair. Whole cohorts heard orders that no longer existed. Some gate armies still responded to dead Old One signals, marching into collapsed webway wounds until they vanished screaming into nowhere. Others obeyed fragments of ancient assault patterns, charging worlds whose coordinates had drifted or whose enemies had been ash for millennia. Spawning worlds were burned, isolated, corrupted, or lost behind broken roads. Fungal empires grew feral in the ruins, seeding warriors without the full imprint of what they had once been. The leash had misfired. Protocol Gaz Null had not killed the Krorks cleanly. It had done something fouler. It had cracked memory at the root. Higher strategy did not vanish in Urgask's generation, nor in the next, nor even in the one after that. Decline was not a blade stroke. It was rot. It moved through spores, through instincts, through half-burned genetic commands, through command collars that birthed into flesh without masters to guide them. It turned precision into habit, habit into appetite, appetite into noise. Urgask watched the first signs and hated them more than he hated the Necrons. A young war leader came to him on the plains of Targoth Bone, dragging a plasma throater taken from a dead veteran. The weapon had once required 3 tactical nodes to vent safely and could burn through a Necron bastion wall in a single sustained howl. The young one held it upside down, laughed at the heat bleeding through his gloves, and called it a big shooter because it spat fire and thunder. Urgask struck him hard enough to break half his face. "What is it?" he demanded. The young war leader spat teeth and grinned through the blood. "Big shooter." Urgask struck him again. "What is it?" The young one's eyes narrowed. For a breath, something old surfaced behind them. A shape, a memory, a ghost of function. Then the instinct slipped away under the louder joy of being hit by someone stronger. "Big shooter," he said again, proud now. Urgask almost killed him. He did not. Killing the broken did not mend the break. Elsewhere, gravitic god-killing claws became power claws, still monstrous, still deadly, but maintained by instinct instead of understanding. Strategic Waagh resonance, once a continent-spanning command gestalt that could smell weakness through the warp and coordinate billions through shared aggression, became mob pressure, a roaring wave that pushed greenskins together because together felt louder. Sacred war cant, once dense with command ratios and assault doctrine hidden inside bellowed rhythm, became crude chanting, brutal and powerful, but stripped of its deeper teeth. Genius became hunch, theory became superstition, memory became a joke told badly by a mouth full of blood. Dregmagna fought the decline with every tool he could build and every skull he could crack open. He raised archive fortresses on worlds too ugly to attract anything but war. They were squat, brutal things, built from blackstone, fungal root, looted necrodermis, and the bones of dead bosses carved with glyph memory. Within them, he stored tactics, designs, origin records, leash maps, Old One betrayals, Necron weaknesses, star god damage patterns, and the names of war leaders before the words began to blur. He made memory spores that could seed knowledge into future generations if the soil was right, if the code remained stable, if the unborn did not chew the lesson into appetite before it flowered. He built boss councils. They ended badly. The first council lasted long enough to coordinate the cleansing of 3 tomb moons and the burning of a rogue enslaver nest beneath a dead gate. The second lasted until 2 bosses fought over who had the louder chair and crushed the deliberation pit under their duel. The third lasted until the younger warbands decided councils were for those too weak to seize command by the throat. Urgask killed 7 challengers in one night and still could not restore what had been lost. He could dominate. He could lead. He could break the disobedient. He could not command memory to remain whole. Dregmagna aged badly, though Krorks did not age as softer things did. He became larger in some ways and smaller in others. His hands never lost their brilliance, but his speech thickened. He could still rebuild a Blackstone disruptor from wreckage while bleeding from a head wound. He could still wire a Necron phase blade into a Krork shoulder cannon and make both angry enough to function. Yet some mornings he stared at old schematics and laughed because he understood the shape, but not the reason. Other times he smashed his own apprentices apart for calling an anti-grav breach engine a jumpy truck. "They're forgetting," he told Urgask once, standing inside an archive fortress, while rain hammered the roof in sheets of ash and spores. "Not all at once. That'd be kinder, bit by bit, like someone eating a brain with a tiny spoon." Urgask looked at the walls of carved bone. "Make more archives." "I did." "Make better ones." "I did." "Then make them mean it." Dregmagna grinned, tired and vicious. "Can't bolt meaning into a skull if the skull's growing smaller inside." The tragedy was not soft. It did not ask to be mourned. It killed. The Krorks fought on, because fighting remained the only purpose intact. Without Old One command, and without a single god war target, they turned upon Necron remnants first. That was still clean enough. Tomb worlds burned. Sleeping dynasties were cracked open and looted before their protocols fully woke. Warriors rose from sarcophagi, only to be dragged apart and hammered into armor plates. Scarabs vanished beneath green swarms. Monoliths were toppled and turned into gates for scrap fortresses. Then came the Eldari survivors, elegant and bitter, who struck from webway shadows and called the Krorks abominations, long after the makers of both species had fled judgment. Krork warbands shattered their shrines, drowned their song vaults in spores, and laughed at the beautiful dead. Some Eldari killed whole spawning fields with witchfire and vanished before retaliation. Others were caught, broken, and nailed to war banners, their gemstones pried out and worn by bosses who liked the shine and forgot what souls might be screaming inside them. Then came lesser races. Then came each other. That was the doom no enemy could have designed better than the old ones had already prepared. Krorks were too strong to starve peacefully, too numerous to gather under one will for long without the old architecture, too joyous in violence to sit among ruins and count inheritance. They killed each other for armor they no longer knew how to maintain. They fought over weapon names, over gate fragments, over who had the largest war moon, over which boss shouted most like the old war leaders, over insults that were not insults until someone decided blood would make them important. Painboy strains preserved the body and lost the doctrine of why a body mattered. They kept warriors alive through butchery, nailed iron over exposed brains, replaced limbs with louder limbs, pumped stimulants into dead hearts until the corpse rose and killed again. Weird boy strains became unstable conduits for a field nobody fully understood. They burst in battle, drowned enemies in green fire, tore holes in the air, vomited prophecy as teeth, and died laughing because the mob thought it was funny. Mechs preserved fragments through instinct, building marvels and monstrosities from scraps of forgotten science, but the gap between knowing and doing widened until doing alone remained. This was not a fall from one age into another. No clean line marked Krork and Ork. There was only a long, brutal fading, preserved imperfectly in dead archives, in green dreams, in Necron memory traps, in the twitching instincts of creatures born millions of years later. Perhaps some pockets endured longer. Perhaps some war forms remained true in the dark. Perhaps the story itself was a damaged reconstruction from enemies and descendants, too broken to tell truth without blood in its mouth. Urgask did not have the luxury of certainty. He had only memory, and memory was becoming a battlefield he could not hold. He found Akmot Kar one last time on a dead tomb world, beneath a sky the color of old metal. The world had no name worth keeping. Its surface was a necropolis from pole to pole, black pyramids, obelisks, stasis vaults, and silent avenues lined with statues of kings whose subjects had become weapons and whose weapons now sought sleep. The Necron withdrawal had already begun. Great tomb doors were sealing across the planet. Resurrection nodes dimmed. Scarab swarms vanished into maintenance hives. Pylon lights sank from emerald to black. Urgask came with a diminished host. They were still huge by any mortal measure, still terrible, still armored in plates that could shrug tank-killing fire, but he saw the difference in them. They bellowed too much before battle. They shoved each other out of formation. They understood charge better than flank, kill better than trap, noise better than silence. Good fighters, great fighters even, less than they had been. Akhmot-Ka waited upon the steps of his sealing tomb, wearing another body, tall and cold and regal. His war scythe rested in both hands. Around him stood a final honor guard of Lichguard and Immortals, silent as judgment. No Citan radiance touched the sky now. No old One Gate shone in rescue. The old war had become a duel between survivors who hated what survival had cost. "You are late," Akhmot-Ka said. Urgask climbed the steps, cleaver cannon in hand. "You're still talking. Means I ain't late enough." The Overlord's eyes burned brighter. "Your speech decays." Urgask stopped. The insult struck deeper than blade work. Akhmot-Ka saw it and continued, because cruelty was most efficient when accurate. "Once, you answered as a commander. Now you bark between fragments of thought. Still think enough to kill you. You have killed this body before. I'll enjoy doing it again. Enjoyment is all that remains to you." Urgask's host roared behind him. The Necron guard did not move. Akhmot-Ka looked past the war leader at the chanting greenskins gathered below the tomb steps. Their war cry rose ragged through the dead air, powerful but broken, a crude echo of the first true Waagh. Some had painted ancient command glyphs on their armor without knowing their meaning. Some wore pieces of weapons they could no longer fire. One dragged a blackstone relay as a trophy club, unaware it had once guided fleets through impossible geometry. "The Necrons won and lost," Akhmot-Ka said. "The old ones created and perished. The star gods fed and were chained. Your kind survived and degraded." Urgask's grip tightened on his weapon. "Endurance is not victory," said the Overlord. Urgask charged. The last duel was shorter than the first, and uglier than memory deserved. Akhmot-Ka's body moved with the same cold precision, but his world was sealing behind him, and his purpose had narrowed to preservation. Urgask fought with wounds accumulated across ages, rage holding together what old design and old betrayal had tried to reduce. Warscythe and cleaver met. Sparks burst across the tomb steps. Lichguard advanced. Greenskins crashed into them, roaring, dying, hacking silver limbs apart with weapons whose names had become simpler than their functions. Akhmot's blade cut Urgask from shoulder to ribs, opening him in a hot flood of black blood. Urgask rammed forward, let the wound widen, and caught the Overlord with his gravitic claw. The Necron tried to phase, but Urgask had learned that trick long ago. Dregmagna's last disruptor node, mounted in the claw's wrist, flared green-black. Akhmot-Ka froze for a heartbeat. "Beast," he said. Urgask squeezed. The Overlord's chest collapsed. The reactor core cracked. Urgask drove his tusks into the Necron's face and tore downward, ripping the skull plate open before firing his cleaver cannon through the exposed command core. Emerald fire burst across the steps. Akhmot-Ka's body came apart in Urgask's grip. The tomb world did not stop sealing. The great doors closed. The resurrection pathways withdrew into depths beyond reach. The pylons went dark, one by one. Akhmot-Ka's mind, or some shard of it, vanished into the sleeping planet, beyond Urgask's fist. The dead had chosen their long silence, and no roar could pull them back. Urgask stood outside the sealed tomb while his descendants chanted below him. Their voices filled the dead avenues. Waagh, 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 powerful, joyous, violent, wrong. They did not know what the word had been. Not fully. They felt its heat, but not its shape. They carried the thunder, but not the command. They were his kind, and not his kind. They were survival. They were loss wearing muscle and teeth. For the first time since waking in the continent-sized womb cavern, Urgask Korag felt alone. Dreg Magna was gone by then, or lost, or simplified into legend among mechs, who remembered him as the first loud builder, the biggest fixer, the one who made dead metal behave if you hit it right. The archive fortresses had fallen, burned, been looted, or become holy scrap piles for bosses who liked big walls. The memory engine had vanished into deep time beyond a closing gate. The old ones were gone. The Necrons slept. The Krorks remained only in broken inheritance. Urgask built his sarcophagus beneath the tomb world's outer waste, far from the sealed Necron doors, in a vault of his own design. Not a Necron tomb. He would not imitate the Deathless. It was a stasis engine of fungal nerve, blackstone shards, looted phase metal, boss bone, and mech genius remembered through pain. Its inner walls were carved with glyphs his descendants could no longer read. His true name, the betrayal, the leash, the first Waagh, the old one's fear, the command to remember. Around the vault, he seeded spores from his own blood and from the oldest surviving war dead. Most would degrade. Some might listen. One age, perhaps, the green race would grow loud enough that memory became hunger again. His followers watched him enter. They did not understand. One of the largest, a brute with a crude iron jaw and bright, stupid eyes, stepped forward. "Boss go in sleep?" Urgask looked down at him. The words came slowly, dragged through the rot in language and the ruin in his own skull. "Not sleep." The brute frowned. "Den what?" Urgask climbed into the sarcophagus and laid his broken cleaver cannon across his chest. "Waitin'. For what?" The vault door began to close. Green light rose around him. Stasis cold crept into his wounds, his bones, his hearts. Outside, the descendants began to chant again, their broken war cry shaking dust from the ceiling. Urgask listened to it. He hated it. He loved it. He would wait until it became loud enough to remember him. "For the proper fight," he said. The sarcophagus sealed. Kyle Vor returned to himself in pieces. First came pain, catalogued by damaged augmetics and translated into a lattice of red warning glyphs across the inside of his vision. Then came sound, though it was not sound, as his remaining organic ear understood it. It was the shriek of stressed blackstone, the bark of crude orc guns, the crack of Skitari rifles, the wet collapsing noise of bodies being opened by Gauss fire. Then came memory, and memory was the wound that refused sealant. He had seen the war in heaven. He had seen the old ones make life into ammunition. He had seen the Krorks rise from continent-sized wombs, giants built to laugh at death and break gods beneath cleavers. He had seen Necrons march from the furnaces of Biotransference with their souls scraped out and hatred left burning in the cavity. He had seen the Catan feed on suns and terror. He had seen the webway bleed green. He had seen the Makers flee, the weapon degrade, and the last true Krork seal himself, inside waiting darkness. Only minutes had passed on Golgotha Secundus. Millions of years had passed through Kyle Vor's mind. The excavation pit was a slaughter diagram. The Skitari cohort had been reduced to fragments of red robe, augmetic bone, and dying obedience. Rangers fired from behind shattered blackstone pylons, their galvanic rifles cracking in disciplined volleys, even as Necron beams cut them apart. A Vanguard Alpha stood with one leg gone beneath the knee, his radium carbine fused to his metal hands, reciting the canticle of pure function, while his intestines steamed against the glass floor. A gorse beam crossed him from shoulder to hip. His body separated into wet red ribbons, then those ribbons thinned into sparks and dust before the prayer finished. Corpse servitors walked forward, because their command spines had not yet accepted death. One had no face. Living green fungus had burst through its throat, and eyes and Necron fire had peeled away the front of its skull. Still it advanced on piston legs, drill arm whining, until a blackstone blade unfolded from the air and divided it lengthwise. Both halves took 3 more steps before falling in opposite directions, spilling grey organs, cable loops, and clotted nutrient fluids across the pit floor. The Orks were no longer laughing. That chilled Kale more than the sight of their dead. They fought, because Orks fought as fire burned and acid bit, but their joy had changed. The brutish humour had drained from them, replaced by a silence that did not belong in their thick skulls. Their crude mobs stared at the ancient skeleton between volleys, at the 12-metre corpse sealed in Necron containment, at the impossible cleaver cannon still gripped in one dead hand. Something older than thought was moving through them. Their fungus souls, if such crude creatures could be said to possess souls in any sanctified classification, had heard the memory engine's call. Warboss Grak Iron Teeth stood at the base of the relic. No, he did not merely stand. He changed. Kyle's Auspex fed him the data, and then corrupted itself trying to understand it. The Warboss's spine cracked like a tree under artillery stress. Vertebrae thickened beneath the hide. His jaw widened, tearing the skin at the corners of his mouth until blood ran in ropes over his iron teeth. His crude armor, plates of stolen tank hull and hammered scrap, split across the shoulders as muscle swelled beneath it. His arms lengthened by degrees, bones grinding, tendons standing out like cables. The red optic in his skull burst from its socket and dangled by wires, but another light burned behind the empty hole, green and deep and terrible. Grak staggered toward the Krork weapon. An Ork boy reached to help him. Grak backhanded him without looking. The boy's head burst against a blackstone pylon, spraying brains and skull fragments across its cold surface. The corpse collapsed at Grak's feet, twitching. Spores lifted from the blood like smoke. "Boss," another Ork muttered, and the word was almost frightened. Grak did not answer. Kyle forced his mechadendrites into the glass to hold himself upright. His noospheric link was a ruin of static, scrap code, and impossible war data. The memory engine signal had passed through his augmetics. It was inside him now, written along damaged logic stacks, clinging to sanctified circuits like fungal rot beneath gold plating. He tried to quarantine it. He invoked Martian firewalls, Binharic purgation hymns, and scrap code excision rites. Each protocol returned with green symbols grafted into its heart. A strategic gestalt, not a horde, not instinctive animal convergence, a weapons system. The realization formed inside his mind with the cold perfection of a blade. The Imperium had always feared Orks uniting beneath a great Waagh. Worlds had drowned beneath green tides. Sector commands had collapsed under their migrations. Forge worlds had burned because crude mech inventions became engines of impossible violence when enough Orks believed they should. Imperial commanders called it barbarism. Inquisitors called it Xenos plague. Generals called it attrition. Kyle had seen the truth beneath the degraded echo. A true Krork awakening would not be a Waagh as the Imperium understood it. It would be ancient command architecture, rebooting through meat, spore, belief, and violence. Billions of Orks would not merely gather. They would align. Their madness would sharpen. Their mechs would stop guessing and start remembering. Their weird boys would cease to be living bombs and become green psychic artillery. Their war bosses would no longer be predators fighting over noise and trophies. They would become generals, born in the shadow of dead gods. Kyle opened a Vox channel. Blood ran from the organic side of his mouth as the transmitter in his throat sparked. All Mechanicus assets. Quarantine absolute. Rad cleansing authorized. Plasma incineration authorized. Noospheric severance. No sample leaves this moon. His surviving Skitarii obeyed instantly. A Cataphron breacher rotated its heavy chassis toward the Krork skeleton and unleashed a searing blast from its arc weapon. Lightning crawled across ancient bone and Necron containment glyphs. The relic shuddered. Not enough. Another cataphron fired, then a third, though its upper body was being flensed by ghost fire. As it discharged, its face became exposed teeth and metal plates. Then the teeth dissolved. Then its brain case split open and sloughed down its chest in boiling grey matter. The Necron Guardian Lord rose fully from beneath the site. The first Guardian had been only the herald of the tomb. This one was command. The excavation floor split in a perfect circle, and a dais of black living metal lifted from below, trailing curtains of dust, fossil spores, and dead emerald light. Upon it stood a Necron Lord, clad in layered necrodermis, tall and skeletal, with a crown of angular blades above his death mask. His eyes were cold stars trapped in green glass. Around him, lesser guardians unfolded from alcoves in the rising dais, their bodies assembling mid-motion, gas weapons already leveled. When the Lord spoke, the voice entered Vox, Noosphere, and Bone. Krork memory contagion confirmed. Species-level threat. Sterilization required. Kale's augmetics tried to identify the command signature. For a heartbeat, the name Akhmot Kar appeared in corrupted glyphs, then fractured into subordinate titles, dynasty codes, and tomb authority chains too old for imperial cognition. Perhaps it was the ancient overlord in another body. Perhaps only a guardian carrying his protocols. The difference did not matter. The Necron Lord raised one hand. Beneath the moon, Cyclopean weapons began to wake. Before they fired, the pit became war. Orc shooters roared, loud and inaccurate, filling the air with crude shells, smoke, and ricocheting metal. Skitari rifles cracked back in measured response. Necron gauss beams cut through both with equal contempt. A Greenskin charged a Necron warrior and was flensed mid-leap, skin peeling back from muscle, muscle stripping from bone, bone becoming a glittering cage around organs that hung for a blink before dissolving. The shooter in its hands kept firing as the fingers vanished. A ranger drove his transuranic arquebus round through the skull of an orc knob, blowing the back of its head out in a wet fan of bone and brain. The body stumbled forward and crushed him under its weight. Both were bisected a moment later by the war scythe of a Necron Guardian, the blade passing through meat and armor so cleanly that their separated halves slid apart in delayed obedience. Kyle moved through the chaos with all 6 mechadendrites extended. One ended in a plasma cutter, one in a data spike, one in a surgical blade, one in a flamer nozzle, and 2 in gripping talons. He burned crawling fungus from the black glass. He severed a noospheric link to a screaming Lex mechanic before the memory signal could spread through the cohort archives. He drove his data spike into a fallen servo skull and purged it with sacred fire, though the skull had begun broadcasting Krork war glyphs through its dead jaw. Omnisire, preserve the purity of function, he rasped. Machine God, receive the broken circuit. Blessed be the sealed datum. Blessed be the burned archive. Grak reached the ancient weapon. The Krork skeleton's dead hand remained locked around the haft. Grak placed both his swollen hands upon it and pulled. Nothing happened. He snarled. Muscles bunched across his back. Armor plates snapped from his shoulders and fell away. His spine cracked again. The orcs around him began chanting, low at first, then louder, but not with the broken rhythm Kyle had heard from greenskins before. The sound had shape beneath it. Crude mouths could not make it clean, but the pattern pressed against reality all the same. Waagh, Waagh, Waagh. The ancient fingers loosened. Grak tore the cleaver cannon free. The weapon's engine heart woke with a growl that shook dust from the pylons. Green light pulsed along its barrel. Its blade edge became a line of black hunger. For one moment, the warboss stood beneath the towering dead Krork, dwarfed by the corpse, and yet joined to it by something more terrible than inheritance. When he spoke, his voice was not his own. It was deeper, clearer, older. We were made to break gods. Kale froze. Even the Necron Lord turned his skull face toward the warboss.
Then Grak's cracked grin returned, bloody and stupid and magnificent, with impending disaster. So let's find one. The weapon fired. The blast was not merely shell, plasma, or force. It was memory given violence. It struck the Necron Guardian line and hurled living metal bodies backward in fragments.
Lichguard vanished from the waist up. 2 warriors melted into silver vapor. A blackstone pylon cracked from root to crown, bleeding emerald light. The recoil drove Grak to one knee, shattered the glass beneath him, and made him laugh at last. That laughter did not stay on Golgotha Secundus. The memory engine's signal rode it. It ran through spores in the pit, through Grak's blood, through the ancient weapon, through the fossilized Krork bones, through Kael's corrupted augmetics, through Necron archive fractures and buried webway scars. It passed into the Waagh field like a spark into promethium vapor. Across nearby systems, Ork weirdboys exploded. On the rust moon of Dregskull, a chained weirdboy in a war camp opened his mouth to belch lightning and instead screamed the name Urgask until his skull split, releasing a tower of green fire that turned 300 boys and their boss into ash shadows on the rocks. On a drifting hulk near the mordant deeps, mech boys woke from the same dream and began building a blackstone resonator from scrap, teeth, reactor coils, and the skull of a dead Runthird, none of them knowing why their hands moved with such certainty. On a feral world choked with fungus jungles, spores bloomed overnight into greenskins taller than their sires, quieter than their mobs, staring up at the stars with weapons in their dreams. War bosses dreamed of 12-meter giants. Knobs woke with blood running from their ears and words in their mouths they did not understand. Mechs built things they should not have been able to imagine. Feral spores grew in formations too organized to be random. The green memory had woken. The Necron Lord understood before Kael finished the calculation. Sterilization immediate. The moon answered. Beneath Golgotha Secundus, engines older than mankind ignited. Cyclopean weapons buried in the crust drank power from tomb reactors that had slept since before Terra knew forests. Lines of emerald fire spread across the excavation floor in perfect geometric patterns. The black glass plane outside cracked open as pylons rose in concentric rings, each one taller than a cathedral spire, each one humming with annihilation. Kael saw the kill pattern and knew there was no escape. He sent one final burst into the noosphere, not to flee, not to request aid, but to warn. The signal left his mind as a Mechanicus quarantine code, a litany of Xenos threat, a plea for exterminatus authority, and something else hidden inside it, despite every firewall he raised. A green glyph, a memory, a laugh. No sample leaves this moon, he whispered again, but the words had become prayer, order, and confession. Grak Ironteeth charged the Necron Lord with the ancient weapon in both hands. The Lord's war scythe met the cleaver cannon in a flash of green and black. The impact threw Orks, Skitarii, and Necron warriors from their feet. Grak's arms broke and healed badly in the same breath. The Necron Lord's shoulder shattered, reformed, shattered again. Kael watched them through static and blood, modern brute and ancient tomb protocol, fighting over a truth neither could be allowed to carry away. The moon cracked. Not metaphor, not tremor. Cracked. The first sterilization beam fired upward from beneath the excavation site, punching through the crust and into the void. The second fired across the horizon, slicing through fossil fields, Ork landers, Mechanicus crawlers, and Necron pylons alike. The third detonated beneath the pit. The ground rose. Black glass became shrapnel. Skulls from forgotten wars turned to dust. Servitors vanished in red mist. Skitarii were thrown apart, their augmetics spinning through fire. Orks roared as magma swallowed them, still firing into the green light. Necron bodies phased, failed, reassembled, and were crushed by collapsing stone. Kael's lower body disappeared beneath a slab of blackstone. Pain became white. His augmetic screamed. His organic eye burst from heat and pressure. Above him, Grak was still laughing. The war boss, burning, broken, one side of his body stripped to bone by Gauss fire, raised the Krork weapon as magma climbed around him. The Necron Lord drove his war scythe through Grak's chest. Grak leaned into it, brought the cleaver edge down, and split the Lord's crown and skull mask in half. Emerald fire poured from the wound. Both of them vanished as the pit collapsed. Kyle Vor's last conscious thought was not of the Omnissiah. It was of spores. Spores in ash. Spores in cracks. Spores in the sealed lungs of dead worlds. Spores riding debris into the void. Spores always survived. Golgotha Secundus came apart in silence. From orbit, the dead moon split along glowing seams. Its crust ruptured outward in plates the size of continents. Magma, dust, green fire, and tomb light vomited into the void. The Mechanicus lander vanished in the first debris wave. The Ork raider ships died next, torn open by fragments of moon and Necron beams. Deep tomb engines fired until the crust swallowed them. Then the worldlet broke fully, scattering its poisoned bones into the dark. For a time, there was only ruin. Then, among the drifting fragments, microscopic green life clung to stone, bone, metal, and ash. Far away, in impossible museum vaults beneath lights that never warmed, a preserved giant hung in stasis. The vault was silent, sealed among wonders stolen from dead ages. Eldari relics slept behind crystal fields. Human saints, alien beasts, forgotten weapons, and extinct kings stood arranged by the vanity of a collector who believed possession was a higher form of memory. In one chamber, towering above most trophies, a 12-meter Krork remained suspended in golden stasis, armored, immense, perfect in its terrible stillness. For untold ages, it had not moved. Then one tusk shifted, only slightly, a fracture of ivory against frozen air. In the dark around the display field, something like laughter began,